fired or ejected from your surroundings or, punched. And yet, amazingly, this hasn't happened to Musk. Amazingly, people are debating whether he did the obvious thing. The news is covering for him, and now others are giving the salute and helping him normalize it. And so Elon Musk, a very stupid man and obvious liar who believes we are all stupider than him, has been given no reason not to believe that. He spent his entire career overselling his abilities while leaning on the talented people under him and taking the credit, and became literally the richest man in the world doing that. He's made predictions and promises for a decade now, and every one of them ended up being wrong. And his weird army of sycophants just keep moving the goalposts for him. Remember when he bought Twitter and said his goal was to be politically neutral and upset the far left and far right? Many people pointed out that he was absolutely full of shit. Now, cut to 3 years later, and he's doing a fucking Nazi salute at the Trump rally he paid hundreds of millions of dollars to make happen. Are we really going to keep doing this? Yes, obviously, unfortunately. But now he has the president's ear and has been allowed to purchase one of the largest media and communication platforms we have, because it's not just that he thinks we're stupid, but is aspiring to make us stupider, to attack our means of communication and fact-checking. He's now trying to claim Wikipedia as some kind of woke propaganda machine for literally just saying a true thing. Seriously, look at that tweet. Is anything Wikipedia is saying there false? People did indeed compare his gesture to a Nazi salute, and he denied it. That's just reality. But you can already see the dominoes falling, right? He's pushing to defund Wikipedia, and he's teasing the idea that Wikipedia can be bought. He's clearly a man who wants to either destroy Wikipedia or purchase it. And honestly, I have no idea.
I think it's crazy, but I think Google they finally fixed this terrible problem I have as a gamer where I constantly scroll over this video and I can't keep the video on the screen. I think they either fixed it or Steam did or something. One of these entities, Windows or whatever, they fixed this issue where I used to scroll over this all the time. But no, I can actually watch this video all the time. Look, and it's not getting all fucked up anymore. It's actually awesome. Which is awesome. I'm just going to run YouTube permanently on my screen. There's nothing wrong with that.
Possible. It shouldn't be possible, but look where we are. And Elon Musk doesn't just want you stupider, but he also wants you poorer, and maybe even more religious. Let me explain. Musk has talked about birth rates more recently as the most dangerous threat to humanity. He won't shut up about it. It is an existential, species-ending issue to him that he doesn't really say anything about what should be done about it, which is weird. He doesn't offer a solution or talk about making raising kids more affordable or easier. Well, that's not true, I guess. He does offer robots, so you can just let his expensive robots raise your children for you, I guess. But even regarding immigration, he doesn't suggest that perhaps that could help increase birth rates, which it could. The one thing he does say is that stressful times raise birth rates. So basically, he's admitted that his goal is to make your life harder. He's been even more specific about this, more than once, like this.
The more religious, the less educated, and the poorer, the higher the birth rate. Low on the religion, high on education, and high on income, that has the lowest birth rate by far.
So that's interesting. The only way he knows to increase birth rates is to make people poor and uneducated and more religious. The wealthiest man on the planet, getting richer every day, is really concerned about lowering birth rates and thinks that the only indicators for high birth rates are being poor, uneducated, and religious. And so then, the richest man on the planet spends a paltry hundreds of millions of dollars to ensure that the election goes to the candidate and party that wants to get rid of the Department of Education and give even more tax cuts to the wealthy and corporations while cutting social programs and benefits and making things more expensive. A guy who wants to buy Wikipedia and probably put Grok in charge. There's no other explanation for his behavior, is there? His main concern is raising birth rates. He thinks the way to accomplish that is by making people uneducated and poor, and his actions result in people being poorer and less educated. Because Elon Musk wants you uneducated and poor, and ideally also religious, so bonus, the party he supports is also the party of evangelicals and the party of this guy's cult. Anyway, the point is, this guy fucking sucks. Just like that poker game, Elon has used his wealth to just shove himself into everyone's lives, ruin everybody's good time, and pat himself on the back while collecting bank. He's standing at the president's podium doing a fucking Nazi salute, and now everyone is debating whether or not he did the thing that he did, on camera, twice. He's not smart, he's not interesting, he's not clever. He simply lives in a country that's so out of whack that a person can make a Hitler salute behind the podium of the President of the United States and get away with it, so long as he's rich enough to do it. And in the worst case scenario, he's a sociopath who has been given so much money and power and possibly other things that we're all watching him lose his fucking mind and take America down with him. I don't want to speculate about someone's mental health, but does he seem well to you? And just like his precious Path of Exile 2 game, he's purchased his way into being in the top tier of the country. Remember his fake $1 million giveaway when he lied about his fraud lottery that he hired winners for? That time he openly manipulated the election and no one seems to care anymore? Well, some people care. He's actually being sued for the fraud he definitely committed. We'll see if the law ultimately agrees, but objectively what happened is that he hijacked the entire system using brute force and wealth, and he won. He is, I guess, the ultimate gamer. See? You see how I proved it? I said I was going to prove it. I proved it. Like, maybe he's not talented or smart or charismatic, but he had the one thing that mattered. He had the money to rig the game, possibly in more ways than one.
And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote-counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide, so it was pretty good. It was pretty good. So thank you to Elon.
Huh.
What does that mean? He knows those vote counting computers pretty well, so we ended up winning Pennsylvania. What does that mean? What does that even mean? It sounds like you just had him fucking fix the vote. What does that mean?
What an odd way to say that. To thank Elon Musk because he knew about the vote counting computers.
Yeah.
He didn't have anything to do with the computers. But okay, it's Trump. Dude says a lot of stuff. Stuff just pours out of his wobbly little mouth. It's hard to know what's true. Do we have anyone who could clarify this?
Yeah, I guess so. All right, well, I got mini-me here.
Yeah,
We're in SpaceX and quietly just do whatever we want.
what's your assessment? Did this work? Is he gonna win?
Yeah, it is. Knock it out. No. Really.
I think it's done.
You think it's done?
Yeah.
But never know.
Huh. I'm not fluent in child. I'm taking night classes, but did Elon's son just say, at SpaceX, we quietly do whatever we want? And then, when Elon said he's confident about the election results, did the child say, they'll never know? Huh. Listen, I'm not a conspiracy guy, nor do I think Elon is smart enough or that anyone could use satellites to hack an election. But that's extremely weird, right? Equally weird that the version of this clip that Tucker Carlson posted abruptly cut all of that out.
Should we help President Trump?
Yeah.
Well, you have. I mean, it looks.
I started this.
I like your laugh. That's a laugh of an honest man.
Hey, it's like cutting out the Nazi thing before. It's just weird. Like, again, just speculating, but it seems like Elon had perhaps said the words, they'll never know, to his child in relation to the election, and then Tucker cut out the part where he repeated that. And maybe someone should, perhaps, investigate that. Because there are a lot of ways you would screw with an election, right? I mean, he did that openly. He is a cheater. He pretended to pay people for supporting Trump under the guise of a petition for free speech with a fake promise that they'd win money that actually went to people who were chosen to get the money. Like he paid people to boost his stats on a game, admitted to it, and explained, it's impossible to beat the players in Asia if you don't, as they do. Everybody's doing it. You gotta cheat, and you gotta beat the other side no matter what. Gotta be the best, even if you're not actually the best. Elon Musk, The best
Oh,
gamer
the
in
horseshoe. I was like,
world.
what am I here for? I
Anyway,
couldn't remember.
this has been Some More Noobs, our gaming show. Remember that? Now, as promised, it's time to erase your memory that this ever existed by summoning the blind idiot god Azathoth, as we do. Oh, I bet that's how Elon does it too. Or it's the money, I guess. Probably that. Okay, here goes.
Donald Trump is obsessed
Thank
with
you,
making
Legal
Greenland
Eagle.
part
I'd
of
like to
America,
sub to your
calling it
channel.
essential for national security. And he's not wrong. The U.S. military already has a base in Greenland operated by Space Force, but they are loaded by international treaties to observation and defensive missions only. What a bummer. But Trump is obsessed with making Greenland part of America, possibly because he's only ever seen a Mercator projection of the world, and he's so infatuated that he's even considering taking over by military force.
Maybe I sold
and I guess
that
he wants
horseshoe,
to take the Panama Canal back for the Panamanians because of China, and also officially make Canada America's hat. Hey, Liz Di, can he do that?
Thanks, Devin. Donald Trump is back in the White House, and already it's chaos. He really took that whole presidents can't do crimes thing to heart. Looks like we'll be spending a lot of time answering the question, can he do that? Although the Supreme Court has already said that nothing the president does in his official capacity can be criminal, so TLDR, yes. Thanks, Chief Justice Roberts. On the campaign trail, President Trump said he wanted to increase America's territory in multiple ways. He talked about buying or possibly annexing Greenland. He said he wanted to take back the Panama Canal. And he posted dozens of troll memes about making Canada the 51st state. In some sense, the answer to the question, can he do that, is yes. He can order the army to do any illegal thing he likes, and if his defense secretary is willing to carry out an illegal order, then yeah, he can.
Are you saying that you would stand in the breach and push back if you were given an illegal order?
I start by saying I reject the premise that President Trump will be
You've
giving
done your
any
genuflecting
illegal
to him,
orders
but
at all.
This isn't a hypothetical, okay?
But okay, can the president simply invade another country and steal their land? Well, in theory, only Congress can declare war. Under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 of the Constitution, conveniently known as the Declare War Clause, Congress shall have the power to declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water. But Article 2, Section 2 says that the President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states when called into the actual service of the United States. And those two provisions have been in tension for most of the history of the Republic, which makes sense, right? Because the executive and legislative branches are always in a power struggle. That's what the framers meant by checks and balances. And here, you're talking about the president having active control over every aspect of the military, but needing congressional approval to use it. So the conflict is kind of baked in. So, for instance, Congress authorized President Lyndon Johnson to promote the maintenance of international peace and security in Southeast Asia in the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution of 1964. The legislators strongly opposed authorizing a full-blown war in Vietnam, but that didn't stop Presidents Johnson and Richard Nixon from relying on that resolution to justify a massively destructive conflict that included secret bombings in Cambodia and saw upwards of 1 million casualties. Hoping to avoid a repeat, Congress passed the War Powers Act of 1973 to fulfill the intent of the framers of the Constitution of the United States and ensure that the collective judgment of both the Congress and the President will apply to the introduction of United States armed forces into hostilities. It said that the President, in every possible instance, shall consult with Congress before introducing United States armed forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances. And it ordered the president to inform Congress within 48 hours of any emergency action and required regular reports and a withdrawal from action within 60 days without later congressional approval. Presidents in the modern era have routinely disregarded this law, calling it an unconstitutional usurpation of presidential authority. President Obama and President Trump both put American troops in Syria without congressional authorization. Obama sent the Navy into Libya in 2011 as part of the NATO operation to prevent dictator Muammar Gaddafi from slaughtering civilians. And Trump failed to inform Congress before assassinating Iranian military leader Qasem Soleimani in 2020. And when Congress does give permission for military action, presidents tend to interpret that quite liberally. The best illustration is the 2001 Authorization for Use of Military Force, or AUMF, which empowered President George W. Bush to use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11, 2001, or harbored such organizations or persons in order to prevent any future acts of international terrorism against the United States by such nations, organizations, or persons. Since then, the 2001 AUMF has been used to justify military intervention in dozens of countries on 4 continents, including military exercises in countries as diverse as Thailand, Ethiopia, and Kazakhstan. In fact, the total number of countries where the U.S. military deployed pursuant to that 2001 AUMF remains a secret from the public and may never be known. So if the question is, will the War Powers Act stop Trump from ordering the U.S. military to invade another country without congressional approval? The answer is clearly no. American presidents in the modern era have conducted military operations first and then sought approval later, and if Donald Trump varies from that pattern, it will be by failing to seek approval after or ever. But if the question is whether it violates international law and our many treaty agreements to send in our military to rip off chunks of other countries, the answer is unequivocally yes. For instance, the UN Charter binds all members to refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purpose of the United Nations. The U.S. is a founding member of the UN, an organization which has kept us out of another world war and ensured U.S. global hegemony for the past 80 years. So yeah, it would violate international law to send U.S. troops into another country which has not attacked us and just take it, even if the U.S. president says we need someone else's land for U.S. national security.
Now, obviously, if you're going to violate a century of international norms for a land grab, you want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, Legal Team, help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of the data breach letters saying your information might have been leaked, or are dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Because it's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number that's on screen right now for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team.
But okay, let's talk about all the other countries Trump wants to gobble up. So zip up that anorak, cause we're going on a field trip. First up, Greenland. President Trump has long been fixated on annexing the giant island, much of which lies inside the Arctic Circle. Greenland is an autonomous territory of the Kingdom of Denmark. By landmass, it's almost 2/3 as large as the United States, although most of it is covered by an ice sheet, for the time being anyway. Most of its 56,000 residents are Inuit, and the majority of the population is clustered on the southwest coast. In 2019, Trump floated the idea of buying Greenland from Denmark, potentially trading it for Puerto Rico. According to reporters Peter Baker and Susan Glasser, the idea came from billionaire cosmetics heir Ronald Lauder, although Trump says he thought of it all by himself. You take a look at a map. I'm a real estate developer. I look at a corner, I say, I gotta get that store for the building I'm building, etc. It's not that different. I love maps, and I always said, look at the size of this. It's massive. It should be a part of the United States.
Essentially, it's a large real estate deal. A lot of things could be done. It's hurting Denmark very badly because they're losing almost $700 million a year carrying it. So they carry it at a great loss. And strategically for the United States, it would be nice.
But the people of Greenland had other ideas. They suggested that Trump might think Greenland is a Danish colony, but that's his stupid imagination. And they said it sounds like something with slaves and colonial power where you can just take over a country. Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen called the idea absurd, after which Trump canceled a planned trip to the country and threw a public tantrum about her nasty language.
Forward to going, but I thought that the Prime Minister's statement that it was absurd, it was an absurd idea, was nasty. I thought it was an inappropriate statement. All she had to do is say, no, we wouldn't be interested, but we can't treat the United States of America the way they treated us under President Obama. I thought it was a very not nice way of saying something. They could have told me no.
Because if there's one thing Donald Trump cannot abide, it's nasty language. This time around, Trump is being egged on by a whole different crew of rich guys, chief among them Elon Musk. Trump named tech entrepreneur Ken Howery as ambassador to Denmark, saying, for purposes of national security and freedom throughout the world, the United States of America feels that the ownership and control of Greenland is an absolute necessity. Ken will do a wonderful job in representing the interest of the United States. Howry co-founded PayPal with Musk and Peter Thiel in 1998, and Musk congratulated Howry, tweeting, "Congrats! Help America gain Greenland." Trump's putative justification for wanting to control Greenland is to protect America's national security. But that doesn't even make sense on its own terms. America is already the dominant power on the island and has been since 1951 when we signed the Defense of Greenland Agreement between the United States and the Kingdom of Denmark. Thule Air Force Base, later named Bidufik Space Base, is our northernmost military installation which supports missile warning, missile defense, and space surveillance missions from the solid-state phased array radar operated by the 12th Space Warning Squadron and Satellite Command and Control through the Bidufik Tracking Station operated by the 23rd Space Operations Squadron. In plain English, it allows us to monitor Russian and Chinese activity in the Arctic so we can keep an eye on our actual enemies in cooperation with our NATO allies. If we felt that our national security interests were jeopardized, we could expand our military presence in Greenland anytime we wanted. We're certainly not being blocked by Denmark. And in fact, in 2019, when China came knocking with a proposal to develop 3 airports that would have given it a toehold on the island, Trump's defense secretary, Jim Mattis, successfully negotiated with the Danish government to scupper the deal. Now, maybe we have other reasons for wanting to control the island. It's certainly rich in essential minerals such as lithium, niobium, and zirconium, as well as having potential hydrocarbon deposits that will become accessible as global warming causes the ice sheet to recede. American companies already have mining concessions there, but Greenlanders have been protective of their land and environment, and Trump, who wants to drill in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, would probably have other plans if we controlled it.
We will drill, baby, drill.
But Trump also seems to have more sentimental ideas about cementing his legacy by increasing the U.S. territory in a way that Jefferson
Drill,
did with the
baby,
Louisiana
drill.
Purchase, or Lincoln's Secretary of State William Seward did when he negotiated to pay the Russian Empire $7.2 million for Alaska. And among the tech bro set, there's a certain romantic affinity for expanding U.S. territory by taking land that belongs to other people.
I think having a frontier is very healthy. I think Britain was a healthier society when it had a frontier.
For the record, that's Joe Lonsdale, another PayPal alum and a major Republican donor. But does he not understand that the frontier was not some empty wild place, but home to millions of indigenous people, like the Inuit population of Greenland? That's not unclaimed land, like ripe for the taking. It belongs to someone else. In fact, Greenlanders have said very clearly that they're not interested in becoming part of the United States. When the latest flap arose, Greenland's Prime Minister, Mute Egera, reiterated that Greenland is ours. We are not for sale and will never be for sale.
We will always be a part of NATO. We will always be a strong partner for US. We are close neighbors. We have been cooperated in the last 80 years. And I think the future have a lot to offer to cooperate with, but we want to also be clear. We don't want to be Americans. We don't want to be a part of US, but we want a strong cooperation together with US.
When Trump's buddies at the Nelk Boys YouTube channel traveled to Greenland to troll for Trump, they got a chilly reception. Donald Trump Jr. visited the capital city Nuuk and appeared to get a warmer welcome. But later reporting revealed that the happy crowd at his event included a large number of homeless people invited in off the street with the promise of a free meal. Greenland does have a strong independence movement and can declare independence from Denmark via referendum at any time. But they're not trying to be a part of the United States. And yet, Trump insists that we need to annex Greenland, and he's threatening to use economic and potentially military force to do it. As for whether he can enact tariffs, well, we made a whole video about that here. Under the Constitution, Congress has the power to enact tariffs, but it has delegated authority to the president to do so in the case of national emergencies. And so Trump will just pull the fire alarm, shout emergency, and do what he likes. Whether Americans will like it is another matter. The United States is heavily dependent on Danish pharmaceutical company Novo Nordisk for both insulin and the weight loss drug Ozempic. Massive tariffs would clearly violate our free trade obligations as a member of the World Trade Organization, but we functionally kneecap that body, so YOLO. Again, check out that tariff video. Trump is also refusing to rule out using military force to get what he wants.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free world. You look at, you don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place. We're not letting that happen. We're not letting it happen. And if Denmark wants to get to a conclusion, but nobody knows if they even have any right, title, or interest. The people are going to probably vote for independence or to come into the United States. But if they did do that, then I would tariff Denmark at a very high level.
Let's assume for the sake of
What?
argument
You think
that
tariffs are going to
Congress,
solve all
or
your
this
problems,
Congress
you
anyway,
goddamn
would greenlight
jackass?
any military intervention by Trump. Representative Andy Ogles has already proposed the Make Greenland Great Again Act to empower Trump to negotiate with Denmark to acquire the island. Here he is on Fox News explaining that colonies are good, actually, and if you're the dominant predator, they let you do it.
This is our area of operation, and we are, quite frankly, the dominant predator, cop, if you will.
That's cool, bro, but we're still talking about invading a NATO ally. You know, NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the collective security pact that ensured global stability for the past 75 years. The agreement that obliges every member state to come to the defense of the others in case of invasion. There is no predicting what kind of nightmare outcome would result from one NATO country attacking another based on poorly articulated ideas about national security. But okay, let's talk about Panama, which Trump doesn't want to gobble up entirely. He just wants to recolonize a chunk of it. In his second inaugural address, Trump announced his intention to take the Panama Canal back.
President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States.
Given.
The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money.
They're just the people that live there.
Before and lost.
We gave this thing to the people that live there.
In the building of the Panama Canal.
Canal.
We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made. And Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Okay, literally none of that is true. For one thing, only 5,600 deaths were recorded during the American phase of canal construction, and most of those were laborers from the West Indies, i.e. not Americans. But okay, to tackle this one, we'll need a little history lesson because Trump isn't wrong that President Roosevelt was the driver behind the construction of the Panama Canal. In fact, it's not an exaggeration to say that the nation of Panama, much less the canal, might not exist without Roosevelt's intervention. See, in 1882, a French company began construction of a canal through the Isthmus of Panama that would connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, sparing ships from having to circumnavigate South America. At the time, Panama was a state in the Republic of Colombia. By 1889, the French effort fell apart, and the U.S. government tried to buy the French canal concession. When the Colombian government refused the U.S.'s terms, America made a deal with Panamanian rebels to finance their separatist movement and sent the USS Nashville to anchor itself off the Panamanian coast in an unmistakable act of gunboat diplomacy. On November 3, 1903, Panamanian separatists declared independence. On November 6th, the United States recognized the Republic of Panama, and on November 18th, Panama and the U.S. signed the Hay-Buenaventura Treaty, granting the U.S. permanent possession of the Panama Canal Zone, a roughly 10-mile-wide corridor encompassing the land that would eventually become the canal. The U.S. agreed to pay Panama's new government $10 million plus annual payments of $250,000. The deal was widely seen as grossly exploitative, benefiting American interests much more than those of the Panamanian people. The New York Post called it a vulgar and mercenary venture. But Roosevelt was committed to selling the plan to Americans, and so he embarked on a tour of the construction zone, famously getting himself photographed wearing a Panama hat astride a giant steam shovel. He said, "I took the isthmus, started the canal, and then left Congress not to debate the canal, but to debate me." And he was right. The president, who coined the phrase "speak softly and carry a big stick," used the threat of force to extract territory from a sovereign nation solely to promote American interests, and he sold the American public on it through a canny PR campaign. For 75 years, Panamanians chafed under what was functionally a 10-mile wide colony running through their country. In fact, Panamanians were largely barred from entering the canal zone entirely. In 1977, President Jimmy Carter signed the Torrijos-Carter Treaty, which paved the way for the U.S. to cede control of the canal on December 31, 1999. The treaty was widely criticized by conservatives who thought giving up territory made America look weak, but it passed Congress with the necessary two-thirds support. Since then, the Panamanian government has run the canal in a highly professional manner, which makes sense since the country is heavily dependent on revenue from the canal to fund its government. But Trump believes that the United States as a superpower should control everything it wants to in the Western Hemisphere, and so he claims that Panama is in violation of the 1977 treaty based on something.
Nothing at all.
Our Navy and Commerce have been treated in a very unfair and injudicious way. The fees being charged by Panama are ridiculous, highly unfair, especially knowing the extraordinary generosity that has been bestowed to Panama, I say very foolishly, by the United States. This complete ripoff of our country will immediately stop.
He says that Panama is charging exorbitant fees to the U.S. to transit the canal, or that management of the canal has been handed over to China. Neither one of those things is true. A Chinese company does own 2 of 5 ports adjacent to the canal, but it doesn't operate the canal, and there are certainly no Chinese soldiers running it. The reason that rates have gone up for all users of the canal is that it takes a tremendous amount of water to move ships through the canal system of locks, and there is a drought thanks to climate change. Again, it's very clear that Trump wants to control the Panama Canal for reasons that have very little to do with Panama's failure to live up to its agreements. But Panama is uninterested in handing it back over to the U.S. President Jose Raul Molina responded, "The canal is and will remain Panama's, and its administration will continue to be under Panamanian control with respect to its permanent neutrality. The canal was not a concession from anyone. It was the result of generational struggles that culminated in 1999 as a result of the Torrijos-Carter Treaty, and since then, for 25 years, we have managed it and expanded it with responsibility to serve the world and its trade, including the United States." Reminder, we signed an agreement which was duly ratified by Congress to give Panama back its land. This isn't like a mine which was nationalized by a hostile government. Panama is a sovereign nation that we made a deal with.
Money.
And in reliance on that deal, the Panamanian government has made continuing investments in maintaining the canal, including a $5.6 billion expansion project which began in 2006 and took 10 years to complete. And yes, the U.S. military could indeed invade and take that canal over without tremendous difficulty. We have a really big army, but doing so would grossly violate our treaty obligations and cause ripple effects throughout our relationships with every other country. And to be clear, you can stretch that 2001 authorization for use of military force to cover a lot of things, but there's no argument here that Panama is engaged in terrorism. This would be a totally illegal use of force by the United States. But okay, let's head back up to the frozen north.
Oh, do I have to run to the circle? Shit, I think I reset the flag. God damn it. Oops.
Just kidding. That was just a troll. We're not invading Canada. Be serious. Oh, you want more than that? Fine. Donald Trump spends a lot of time posting memes about Canada as the 51st state, about hockey player Wayne Gretzky running for prime minister, and about making a prettier map.
Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No. Economic force.
Why would a hockey player be
Canada
qualified to be prime minister? Just like you, jackass. You weren't qualified either, jackass. Why the fuck would they want a fucking hockey player as the fucking highest office in the land? You are a goddamn moron.
Again, we are not spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year to protect Canada. That's just made up. Canada is one of our closest military and economic allies. Canadian troops served alongside American troops in Afghanistan, Iraq, and the Balkans, as did Danish troops, by the way. Canada is a NATO ally with a very strong army. We're simply not going to invade Canada, and Trump conceded that himself.
Canada.
He did, however, threaten to slap a 25% tariff on all goods imported from Canada and Mexico, scrapping the U.S.-Mexico
Not my buddy guy. You're not my guy, friend.
negotiated in 2020 and ditching NAFTA. Canadian Immigration Minister Mark Miller called the whole idea of Canada becoming an American state ridiculous and likened the idea to a South Park episode. Former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said that he privately shut down Trump's jokes, if they were that, about annexing Canada by proposing instead that we exchange in a territorial swap.
I'm assuming he didn't bring up his intention to publicly say he was going to annex through economic means your country.
It actually sort of came up at one point, and then we started musing back and forth about this. And when I started to suggest, well, maybe there could be a trade for Vermont or California for certain parts, he immediately decided that it was not that funny anymore, and we moved on to a different conversation.
And if Trump thinks he's going to bully Canada into becoming a vassal state with punishing tariffs, he's likely mistaken. Trudeau has signaled that he's willing to impose dollar-for-dollar retaliatory tariffs on American exports to Canada, so good luck. But okay, brass tacks. If Donald Trump orders the army to invade Canada, it would be wildly illegal, and also there would be no one to stop him, certainly not his Secretary of Defense.
Carry out an order from President Trump to seize Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark.
Senator, I will emphasize that President Trump received 77 million votes to be the lawful commander-in-chief of this country.
We're not talking about the election. My question is, would you use our military to take over Greenland or an ally of Denmark?
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at is never strategically tipping his hand.
Again, thanks, Chief Justice Roberts. We couldn't have done this without you.
Thanks, Liz. Now, I know it might seem hard to believe, but stories like these are almost always more nuanced and complex than Donald Trump would have us believe. And oftentimes the important details are hidden because of media bias. This particular story was covered by 391 news sources, with about 40% on right-wing media, 35% from the center, and 25% from left-of-center media. And when you examine the headlines, you start to see some very different frames emerge that shape how readers interpret and understand the events that are unfolding. On the right, headlines emphasize Trump's claim that acquiring Greenland is an absolute necessity, while on the left, headlines typically focus on Greenland's leaders shutting Trump down using phrases like, Greenland says nope, or calling Trump's proposals goofy. And a common theme from center sources is simply reporting that acquiring Greenland is something that Trump, quote, wants to do without using emotionally charged language, which itself is a form of bias. But the headlines you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news. And that's why I like to get my news from as many angles as I can, which I do with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Because Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. And right now they're offering Legal Eagle viewers 40% off their unlimited access Vantage subscription. You can scan the QR code or use the link in the description to get a discount for a limited time. Because Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. And one of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. This can be especially helpful when reading stories from sources that you've never heard of, or where there's no telling who owns it or what their agenda might be. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum. Like this story about Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski calling Greenland an ally, not an asset, which left-leaning sources largely ignored. And it helps explain why we often talk past each other, and some people seem hyper-focused on what seems like nonsense, often because some random blog post went viral among certain people. But all this is why Ground News is my favorite way to get the news. And as a legal eaglet, you can save 40% off of the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code on screen or clicking on the link down below. This subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and the Blind Spot feed. And by subscribing, you'll support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape even more transparent. So click on the link below or scan the code today. And after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking
Thank you, Papa Meat. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Baby. Roll the Patreon plug. There. You know, scammers have been around for so very long. Even before the internet, people used to do phone scams. You ever see Kit Boga? Do not read it! Do not read it, my God! What? I wish I was an Indian dude who was just calling old women and getting Google Play gift cards. You know? Racist, man. Joel's an Indian, guys. Like, the more I'm backtracking, I'm like, oh my God, wait, did I just hold on. People have been trying to scam their way into getting money since probably the beginning of time. Someone probably scammed Jesus. Judas. Whether it was the snake oil salesman in the 20th century or the counterfeit cash dealers in the 19th century, there have always been people willing to take advantage of gullible people for their hard-earned cash. People like to prey on people's gullibility. But not only that, but with the rise of AI and internet powers that be, it's easier for the average Joe to create a realistic scam that'll have an unsuspecting victim forking over thousands of dollars of cash of their STEMI funds. But sadly today, scamming people has never been easier. Really letting people know that you can scam people and get away with it. That's not what this video's trying to be. You used to have to leave your home and risk getting your ass kicked for conning someone maybe in the streets, right? But now it can be done from the safety of your home with a stable internet connection. We're really promoting this. I don't know. It's hard times. Maybe there's STEMI funds. Are we getting STEMI funds round 2?
I hope so.
I don't know.
Oh,
So
I
go
want
along
that.
with me as we look at some of the internet's biggest scams. See, this is where we redeem ourselves. We're letting you know all the bad scams so you don't get fooled. Let's ride.
But sign up for our Patreon for the good ones.
But no, seriously.
Oh my God, I could use $3,000 so bad right now. I would buy I'm really worried about transportation, and I'm worried about my transportation. I've noticed that my family seems to think that they're just going to drive this Prius into the fucking ground, and that's okay. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. I think I want to buy like a $2,000 Honda Metropolitan and get me a nice moped, and that way I can go to town with some side boxes, you know, and a backpack, and just stuff liquor and food in there as I need to, and take limited loads and go down there like once a week on Sundays as opposed to once a month or whatever. And no matter what, I always have transportation. I don't have to pay insurance. Yeah, I don't think you have to pay insurance on those. No, not if it's low CC. And I have low CC roads all around me. I would, yep. And then the other 500, I would just put towards my computer fund, because I have to buy a new computer soon. I've had this computer since 2020. It's 2025. This is an old computer. It's a great computer and it does the job. And it's not really that much better than what they're currently selling. But then like this computer has been through a lot. It's fallen. It's been jammed around and hit. It's been moved. It's been sitting there. It's been opened, and it's had a new fan, a new RAM installed and stuff. And it's just been through a lot. And I feel like I want parts that aren't 5 years old, you know?
Yeah, I will say right now.
And so I do have that in the budget right now, but I mean, it'll wipe me out. And so 500 would just make me feel a little bit safer towards buying that, like a little bit earlier, like maybe summer of next year, I would buy a new computer or something like that. Because what we did this like last summer was,
Now that our Patreon isn't a scam, and that it's one of the coolest things that we have on the internet. And that you get to see behind the scenes content. You get
and like a $3,000 stimulus would be so nice right now. I know that sounds crazy, but I mean, I need the computer for work, and I need the transportation so I can eat. This is the reality. I'm tiny house living, and I don't know how I'm supposed to live in a rural area on my parents' land without transportation. I really don't, and I would not mind a little bit of help with that. I can solve that with a cheap moped, and I will, and I'll put put my money towards transportation and bettering my life, and a computer so I can continue to work to try and make it and no longer have to, live on disability.
Support me and my team, so if you want to do that, feel free. It's not a scam.
It's not a scam, no. Where'd that barn money go?
Let's talk about some of the old school internet scams from back in the day, right? These are some of the Hall of Famers from the early days of the internet, where they didn't know what the hell was going on, right? I mean, I still feel like in a way we're still kind of in the Wild West age of the internet.
We are. There's still new stuff that could still happen.
Way back in the day, the internet, you have to realize, was a barren landscape. It was like the Book of Eli. I'm gonna fit in the Book of Eli thing somehow. It was like a dystopian landscape where people didn't know where to run and hide, and people were kind of just journeying around. Thus, the perfect place for internet scammers to come in and attack unsuspecting victims. So first, we have to go back to the classic internet scam that everyone's probably heard of, which is A classic, the Nigerian prince scam. Love that one. I'm a Nigerian prince, please help me. This is pretty much how it worked. A random person is emailed by someone that claims to be a high-status individual, Nigerian prince, like a wealthy government official or a successful businessman. After telling you how they have temporarily lost their wealth due to some sort of unfair circumstance, they ask for your help in order to regain it, promising a sizable reward. These lies can range from unfairly sent to prison or needing bail money to having their children kidnapped and the fear of their own life. They're trying to emotionally manipulate you, right? My kids are f***ing kidnapped, son, please help me. After taking advantage of the victim's greed or generosity, they transfer the money, sometimes giving out important bank information, you know, that kind of stuff. Really, you know, stuff that nowadays you'd be like, why do you need my social, dude? Oh, credit. Dude, it's a credit. Please, sir. Their money is taken and the scammer disappears entirely. We got an example of one of the texts that is usually from one of these scams, and I can't wait to read it. It goes, "Dear beloved friend, I know this message will come to you as a surprise, but permit me of my desire to go into business relationship with you." Already nowadays, you would be like, you're not doing shit with me, dude. What the f*** are you talking about? But I feel like people would be like, oh, what are you, okay, what? I am Miss Blank, a daughter to late Blank of Libya.
I like how they protected the internet.
Yeah, why the f*** do they have to? I can't tell people the fake name he gave me. Who was murdered during the recent civil war in Libya in March 2011. Before his death, my late father was a strong supporter and member of the late Muammar Gaddafi government in Tripoli. God! Meanwhile, before the incident, my late father came to Canton, Benin Republic with the sum of USD $4.2 million, which he deposited in a bank here in Kaluna, Benin Republic, West Africa for safekeeping. I am here seeking for an avenue to transfer the fund to you in only your reliable and trustworthy person to investment the fund. I am here in Benin Republic because of the death of my parents, and I want you to help me transfer the fund into your bank account for investment purpose. Please, I will offer you 20% of the total sum of USD $4.2 million for your assistance. Please, I wish to transfer the fund urgently without delay into your account, and also wish to relocate to your country due to the poor condition in Benin, as to enable me to continue my education, as I was a medical student before the sudden death of my parents. Reply to my alternative email. Your immediate response would be appreciated. Remain blessed. From Miss B. Nowadays, once again, I feel like you would look at this and be like, bullshit. This is also with the context, though, that people would probably tell you, hey, watch out, you're going to get scammed online, right? Imagine you're the first person on the internet to see this. Do you know how jazzed you would be? It's like a fucking movie. You wouldn't ask yourself the question of, like, why am I the only reliable person? You don't even know me. You'd probably be so wrapped up in the fantasy.
Scammers purposely pick dumb people, so it's like they make it seem outlandish because it's like if someone believes this, they're gullible.
Oh, dude, if I was one of those people, I would be gullible enough to do it. For one of the first people, and like you've never heard of this kind of scam before, I could see myself being like, really? Okay, what do you need to know? I'll help you. I'm sorry you lost your parents. You know, that's what people say too. They go back on the email, oh my god, I'm so sorry to hear about your parents. And you get like, it's always funny seeing the response backs from the scammers, and they're just like, yes, it's tragic. Please give me the information. Sometimes the same groups will send anonymous emails to those who were just tricked, claiming they are part of a scam victims group that are owed a settlement from the government, only to be scammed again. Double dip, which, to be fair, pretty smart. Dude, I can't believe it. I got totally fucking ripped off. Oh my god, me too. Yeah, put in our information again, whatever we can. We're getting a refund. You'd be like, oh, thank God, right? A saving grace. Well, it can't happen twice, right? Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot, Nick. And they're just like, ha, just got you. Tricked. At that point, seriously, I would jump off a bridge. I'd be like, I don't even know what's not a lie anymore. Or I would just be like, I'm never using email again. One man received a strange spin on the classic scam. This time, a Nigerian astronaut named Dr. Bakar Tunda claimed to be stranded in space after being left behind on a Soviet space station. That's awesome. Apparently, he was still getting paid while being stuck in space for 14 years, resulting in the accumulation of $15 million. $1 million a year stuck in space, like, someone pick me up, please. To access the trust fund and receive a massive reward, the Nigerian astronaut asked for $3 million for a flight home. What do you mean? If you have 15 million, like, to be fair, awesome setup. I am currently typing to you from space. You're like, oh, a Nigerian guy. You're like, where the fuck? I can't even see this guy. But if a guy's like, I'm up by the fucking moon, every night you're gonna be like, the fuck is up there? He's probably mass sending these out.
Motherfuckers
You're
up
gonna find one guy who just has $3 million.
Motherfuckers
You never
up
know. But move on from those kind of scams. Those are, that's an old classic. We've all heard of those before. Let me get you something that is near and dear to my heart, and I'll fill you in here in a bit. But these are romance scams. Sometimes, in order to cloud an innocent person's judgment, scammers enter a full online relationship with people to gain their trust and take their money.
It's a big freaking joke. Yeah.
And the first example we have are the Yahoo Boys. It's a great name, though, huh? In Nigeria, it's Nigerians, man. In Nigeria, there is an infamous group of scammers known as the Yahoo Boys, a group of cyber criminals that have successfully scammed thousands of people through elaborate schemes, namely the romance scams. Little motherfuckers got silver tongues, dude. They're sitting there, they're sweet talking you and all that kind of stuff. They operate out of what they refer to as the Hustle Kingdom. In reality, it's a dark, compact room filled with members using piles of computers and phones to enact scams. It's pretty much just, like a regular room, and everybody has like a gateway computer turned on, and it would look like a LAN party, a fun LAN party, but instead they're like sexting old women and stuff like that for money. I do like this picture here. They all have their face masks on. Like, one of us is definitely sick. They extort people through dating sites and social media by impersonating attractive women and men, and after chatting and flirting for a while, they're able to convince women and men to send them money through various means, right? Which the men part would probably be the easiest. You're some fucking like big-titted woman, and some guy's like, "Hello, princess. Good morning, darling." The person's just like, "Hello, did you go to bank today?" "I'm on my way." That guy feels like he's on top of the world, too.
You know how you prove that these women are scammers? If they message hello first. Always fake, because they're desperate to get your money.
What are you talking about, dude? Are you talking about women never text you hello first? Are you like a bidder?
On Tinder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never. I've never had a real person text me hello.
It's gonna be a lot of women being like, "I have definitely said hello first." Dick's like, "Nah."
Unless you're on Bumble, and even then they don't, because they had to change it that men can now message first, and now the CEO left because the company's failing.
I'm glad we don't put a camera on you, dude, because he is ranting and raving. He's moving his arms around. Look at me. You're stomping and huffing and puffing. According to one of the romance scammer kingpins tracked down by CBS, Americans are by far the easiest in the world to scam like this. You're a perfect have you ever been on the dating websites? You talk to Chinese guys all the time.
Wow, they're Asian women.
Well, but they're Chinese guys.
Well, they're guys.
It's a picture of women, obviously, because you always say there's like a breaking point where it's like,
Well, they ask for pictures, and then so you send normal pictures. They're like, "No pictures of your thing down there."
Oh, do you think they're trying to extort you? So they're asking nudes for you or blackmailing you or something?
I don't think it's blackmail. It's literally just, I think it's gay men probably just like want nudes. So they're like...
Oh, so you don't even think this is a financial scam? You're saying that these is like people who are like, "I just want to see your cock and jack off to it."
I did get scammed out of Ethereum one time, though.
What?
It was only like $400, but...
That's a lot of money. So how did that happen? Was that from a dating website too?
No, it was on Reddit. I was being stupid. I was trying to buy like a chemical from a company. You have to have...
What? You're trying to buy a chemical from a company? What?
What
So there's a website.
Yeah. I get that there's a website for the chemical. But what do you need the chemical for?
It's basically just a preservative. You put it in so like your food or something will last longer.
So, hold on. You went on a website and they asked you for crypto to buy magic dust, apparently, that you throw on your chicken and it makes your chicken last longer? Well, first off, why do you need these preservatives?
Why? You're insane. You're weird.
Because I was just like, oh, there's a market for this. But then, like, the problem was the preservative you had to buy from a science company, Irvine Science. And so I was like, I don't have a login for this. So on Reddit, I was like, hey, does anybody have a login for this? Yeah, man, I got you. So I was like, okay. And I was like, this is how much I want. And he's like, okay, my fee is like 10%. So then I gave him that, and then I tipped him. Gave him like an extra $100. He's like, thanks, bro. Anyways, he sent me these screenshots, and I like looked at them again, and I realized that he just put them in the cart, which anyone can do. And then I was like, oh no, he scammed me. And I was like, well, I'm out of money, so.
I just want to say too, what I decided out of that too is that you didn't even say your scam. So in my head, you are still you didn't put it out there so someone else couldn't do it. You're still holding it on the back burner in case you do come across this preservative. You didn't even tell me what the preservative is for or anything. It doesn't matter. We're going. Which Yahoo Boys? Who gives a shit? They're scamming people. That I just find out that Nick is plotting something. I don't know. Watch out. That's all I gotta say. Or we could talk about a woman who lost 120,000 pounds in a romance scam. Linda Young had recently divorced her husband of 24 years, good woman, because her children had already graduated and moved out of the house. She found herself lonely and in need of a new relationship. The birds are out of the nest, and now she's in this place where she has a lot of free time. She's looking for a new love. Who hasn't been there? This led to her joining a dating site for people over 50, where she met a charming and attractive man. They were talking all the time, whether it be over email, text, or even phone calls. So she was starting it off on Gmail, and then she's texting, and now she's even calling.
Long distance relationships are abusive. The people that want to get in them are abusive. Don't ever do it. Don't ever get in a long distance relationship. It just doesn't work. Trust me, I've tried it like 5-6 times. In my experience, they don't work. The people that are willing to do them don't care if they're there for you in your worst times. They don't care that you can't kiss them when you're horny, or hug them when you're sad, or maybe your father dies or something, or whatever. Doesn't matter. During the darkest times, if you have a long distance relationship, that person can't do shit for you. They can't comfort you physically. They can't hold you. They can't sit next to you and hold your hand or anything like that. Most times, human comfort comes from like affection, or talking, or cathartic, conversation, and like. So when you don't have that, and I'm not one to talk because I haven't had it in like 3.5 years, but I mean, I had too much of it for like 25 years. I had too much of it. I still have had too much of it. I've had too much of it. I need like a good 5-6 years of quiet. I really do. It's been too much. It was like living in a madhouse for fucking 17 years or something. And I still can't even handle the idea of being around one person, much less others. It's just insane. And I'll have to work my way back up to that. It's insane. It sucks, but it is true. After being the social butterfly for like 26 years and having like 7 crews and an inner circle and all these friends and all these people, I just like, long distance relationships I've tried before. I've even found really good mates and moved in with them, from long distance relationships and stuff. But like, in the end, it's still like those people, they don't really want to make a commitment, which is why they're looking for long distance relationships. Otherwise, they would just find them around them in their personal lives, which is what I've always had to do. I've never relied on long distance relationships. I was just surprised when they happened. I don't go looking for them. And honestly, they don't end well because the person never, like, maybe you move to go meet the person, or maybe the person goes to meet you. Maybe you get married young or something like that. Maybe it does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm saying the likelihood of that is less likely. It's actually usually the girl at the Safeway, or the guy at your fucking church, or like, I don't know, your uncle's lawyer, or your grandma's like niece, or your cousin's best friend. It's never like, the dude or the dudette from the internet, because it's almost always a dudette. And when it's not a dudette, you got to kind of wonder why that girl doesn't just go find love in her personal life. If she's especially with a video gamer, if she's a video game girl, if she's like an e-girl, the reason that she's looking for long distance relationships, and it sucks, and I don't like dispelling nerds, like delusions of how, like, of how what's it called, relationships on the internet work. I don't like dispelling myths about this, because I think some people imagine that they can do it and they don't like hearing it. But no, a girl that is willing to do a long distance relationship, she has left her real life. She's like me. She's left her real life, and she lives interminably online. And she doesn't want to meet you, because then she's got to explain to her parents and her friends and her family who the fuck you are and where you come from. And when she says, I met him on the internet and I play games with him all the time, and they're like, really? And she's going to have to say something like, yeah, we've been just hanging out for 7 years. It's become a full-blown relationship and has lasted forever. And you're either deluding yourselves about, oh, we're moving in together soon. I've been in that stage before. Or you do move in, and then you realize that the game or whatever it was is the only thing that you actually have in common, or that kind of thing. And no, it almost always does need to be in your personal life. It actually does. And so, yeah, this game does not have aggro, which is just the same. Look at me. It's kind of a weird foreign trip for me to ride through these things and not get aggro, but I actually really fucking like that. I fucking love it. It makes me emotionally happy to see that these developers are not just, you know, doing the same things that everybody else the fuck does. I think with some good coding and some good money and some good support and a little bit of forking the engine a bit, I think this game could be really amazing. I think they'll have to make a transition to Unreal at some point, but that's okay. The engine will translate to Unreal probably pretty well. Unreal doesn't do building that well. I don't know. Once Human's Unreal, I think it's doing building pretty well. I don't know. They both do it pretty well. Unity and Unreal. Unity is not a bad engine. It's just run by bad people. And it does have problems with like handling larger worlds a little bit. Like that's one of the things that got me to trust Mortal more is they were on UE5 and I trust that a lot more. Oh, I'm just supposed to investigate the abandoned buildings. So what do I do though? So there's an abandoned building here. Oh, I see. All I have to do is find stuff. No, I'll probably have to kill stuff, huh? Investigate the abandoned buildings. I love that there's no aggro. There's really no need for it. It's almost revolutionary. Look at it. There is no need for the aggro. There really isn't. It steals so much of your fucking time just to get them out of the way. I mean, yeah, that's the grind, but I mean, the game's so grindy anyways. Why not just let you grind the 20 or 30 mobs that you're there to get? Why force you to kill all these things that are in the way just to get where you're going? That's not really that good design. It's not really... You know, it's just disrespectful, sort of like, you went to AFK, you're fucking dead. If it's hardcore, you're fucked in the ass. I mean, that's how it is. It's really not that good. Like, look, there's no aggro in this game, and I've never seen it before, and it makes me want to stick around. It makes me believe in this developer, because as a streamer, I am not harassed by these fucking mobs. If I want to go AFK, I go AFK. I alt-tab, I can alt-tab. Doesn't fucking matter. There's no problems with it. Do whatever the fuck I want to. I can go sell this copper ingot right now. I can go hustle more copper fucking ingots or whatever. I can go to X4 and just see what my money's at. You know, what's my money at, bitch? My money's at 1.2 mil. I'm starting to make, like, every couple of hours I'm starting to make a mining ship, and it's starting to get faster. It's going to keep rolling forward and keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So, okay, there we go. And, yeah. And then, hey, we got to sync on a... Ooh, we got to sync on a Christmas box. I get 100 million out of nowhere. 994, bitch. I keep buying things, and the money keeps going up. It's funny. When the money's fake, it's a lot easier.
Well, call me. That's how you know it's a real person. Well, I mean, like, in a way, you're like, oh, this is a scam, but then you call, hey, I'm real.
I do that. I'm so paranoid of it. It's like, you want to get on FaceTime?
To the new people you're dating?
I do.
Yeah.
This is a very
no, you should. You should.
Video. I mean, this is about internet scams, and this is, I mean, you're blossoming like a little flower right now. In an article from the BBC, she recounts her feelings.
No, if you're successful and you have money and you're a nerd, it's really hard to date. So you go and get your shit wherever the fuck you can get your shit. I've been there. I know it. It's hard when you're a drug dealer, too. I mean, it's not hard when you're a drug... It's a lot easier, actually, when you're a drug dealer. But it's still hard to trust women when you're a drug dealer.
Goes as follows.
I just couldn't stop the adrenaline rush. It was addictive. Every time my phone buzzed.
It's hard to date women when you're a drug dealer, because you're like, I might go to jail tomorrow, and then what for her? She'll just break her heart, bye. You know, it's broken heart, bye time now. So I really struggled to have relationships when I was a drug dealer. I didn't have trouble sleeping with women at all. I had trouble having relationships because I really struggled with that. I was like, I might be gone tomorrow. I am holding usually somewhere between at least an ounce, if not more, of methamphetamine at any given time of my life. And you know, do I go to jail tomorrow? And what does that do to any girl that I date? I mean, like, I was a responsible drug dealer, you know?
From him, me whole world just made up.
Okay, you She sounds beautiful. After 6 months, she was completely obsessed with this man.
Okay,
This ended up clouding her
beautiful.
judgment when he eventually asked for a large sum of money to invest for both of them. She was promised that this money would come back to her since they were going to undoubtedly have a future together. See, this is the long con.
This is the long
6 months,
con.
too. That's
It
not
is.
a fucking, little weekend thing. This guy's been putting the time in.
Yep, nope. And then you control whatever they're investing, right? You say, okay, we're going to invest in a company that I believe in. They sell butt plugs. And the person's like, what? And you're like, what do people buy, right? They buy sex toys, they buy food, they buy furniture, they buy houses, they buy cars, they buy cell phones. But one thing you can probably guarantee on is they're buying sex toys. So we're going to invest in a butt plug company, right? And you tell them, yep, if you really want to date me, you got to pay 25 grand investment in this butt plug company that I believe in. And it's going to sell when you see the product. And then you just dummy up the product. You dummy up a website. You get them to invest the 25 fucking grand. When they invest the 25 fucking grand, you hang up the phone, stop answering the emails, invest the 25 grand in Bitcoin, and walk away with 25 grand. You just show them a picture of some girl from Hollywood or something, and they just want to believe it. Trust me, they do. And he thinks, oh, if I invest, and she's like, yeah, you're not going to give the money to me. I will date you if you're not as hot as me, but you're not going to give me, you're not going to give the money to me. You're going to invest the money, and we're going to talk for 6 months. And we're going to pursue a relationship long distance. If you invest and you show me that you can make money with that money that you've got, then I will date you. It's actually a good long con. It probably does work. It actually does work. And the guy's like, wait, I don't give you a single cent. And she's like, nope, you invest in a publicly operated company that I believe in, that I want you to invest in because I know they'll be successful, and I'll let you use the butt plugs on me at the end of the 6 months. And he's like, what? And I'll let you use the butt plug on me at the end of the 6 months. Our butt plugs that we invested in. And he's like, I love it. I'll do it. Trust me. This is how you con Elon. You make them believe that you're doing the same bullshit ass long game that they're doing. But no, real life is about fast money, kind of. It's not about fast money, but I mean, that's what people chase. They chase fast money. It's stupid. And trust me, the rich men, they want to believe this. The people that go to sugar baby websites and stuff, they want to believe that the woman wants a real man or whatever. But no, the woman wants your money, you fucking idiot. So when they hear the word investment as opposed to giving the girl money, it's probably a much better long con. I didn't even look at my help bar during that, and I really probably should have. Damn it, there we go. Because I can probably get really close to dying and having to run back for like 5 whole minutes. Now, yeah, are you fed like dog and horse, I guess? What's the horse? The horse is M. He's got satiety. I hate that word, satiety. I'm looking at the pet, which is P. He's got no satiety. No. Oh, well, I guess I have to feed these things. Feed chamber. Do I have to feed them all this stuff right now to keep them like from abandoning me? But he's not active. Where's all those acorn things? Are we out of those now? I guess we're out of those now. Damn it. These pets might starve to death, which is so annoying. What else do I have to do here? I have to find some abandoned thing before I can even kill anybody. Yeah, this is loot, but you're not picking it up. Why? Because you're not... Oh, because you're hungry. Well, what do I do about that? I don't have anything. Can I feed you mushrooms? No. What do I do about that? I can't do anything about that. I don't have anything. Am I full? No, I'm not full. You just, like, you're not walking. Oh, am I overweight now? With what, though? Stone? No, you're, like, slow walking for no reason. Just loot this. Just loot this. What is your fucking problem? Loot. Loot. Loot, loot, loot. Loots. Yes, broken spearhead. Yes, go. What's your fucking problem? Where is this fucking tent or whatever? Where's the tent? Where is the tent? Where is the tent? Oh, here we go. Okay, kill the monsters in the specified area. Finally, I can get started. So... I don't know, I'm going to pull singles in a place where my AoE won't, like, pull other mobs, so I'll just pull out of this pack or whatever. Yeah, it seems safer out there where there isn't a whole lot of things I can bomb by accident. So yeah, we'll like do it out here where there's a little bit more room to cut around and stuff. Yeah, and this is considered where I'm supposed to be, right? No, I think I've got to move. It wants me right up in the center of the den. There's a boat in this. This game's so good, I think, in a way. So, okay, yeah, so I guess I do kind of like chill here. And I shoot a single at like that dude down the lane or whatever. Or like these dudes down the lane. Yeah, like that dude down the lane. Okay, and I have to pee before I do that. I'll be right back. I should eat dinner too. I think it's like, what time is it? It's like 12:30. Been doing this for 9 hours. I've got like another 5 hours in the shift. Yeah, probably eat in about an hour, I guess. I'll probably wait. But I would like something to drink while I'm up, so I'll just go get some Canada Dry. I will go piss and get some Canada Dry. I'll be right back. Right back. BRB. Oh, yeah. Canada Dry and a glass, and we set. Gonna get this Canada Dry. Okay. Play? No. Play? No. Well, I'll have to go Alt-Tab, I guess, or whatever. Yeah, here we go.
Man, you know people are doing that too. They have to be doing it to like 20 different people, and it's like things that are just, you know.
They're on their phone. They have 12 phones.
Yeah, a bunch of different numbers. And, yeah, 100%. Unfortunately, she decided to go for it, transferring 120,000 pounds to the man, only to be ghosted and abandoned completely. That's very sad. Linda admitted,
It took me a long time to work through the shame.
what a sad way to end that. When you go through one of those scams, do you think that you would ever want to go to like an online dating website again?
Well, I said that, and I still use online dating.
Well, to be fair, you never got online scammed. You just asked for like a mystery chemical to put onto something to scam people. I want to see something. Hello, mother.
How's it going?
Hey, I'm doing a video on internet scams right now, and I was wondering, can you talk to me about that guy at all?
Oh God, yes. Well, it was on a first free dating website, but it just started out as a friendly thing, just somebody like online to talk to, and they suck you in. And when you're looking back, it was kind of like a romance novel kind of talk, like women like, but you know, it's not a normal conversation per se, but just all these nice little innuendos and things, and then just goes into what he does for a living, and then it was always some kind of like looking into it, some kind of oil rig. You're another country, you're working for the military, it's secret kind of vibe. And you know,
How serious?
they're making tons of money, probably tons of money, but it's very secretive. It's very and he's always widowed. Unfortunate mishap of the spouse.
How long did this go on for?
Ugh.
The girl who was scammed out of 120,000, it was 6 months.
No, this probably was like 9. Maybe.
Wow. So it was it pretty serious? Like, did you like?
Well, for a long time it wasn't. And
For the scam artists, they're lonely because they're scam artists, and they spend all their time scamming people because they're alone, like that guy in Catch Me If You Can. So they fall in love with the person, even if they're scamming them. It's stupid. It's Stockholm Syndrome kind of shit. It's stupid. Go to Meadow, yeah. Go to Meadow. So scroll down here and click on Meadow. Yeah, and auto run. I love this Daggerfall stuff. Can I kill the UI? Is there a way to reduce the UI? Well, I suppose I should check the menu before I bug them with it. I don't think there's a hide UI button, is there? Oh, tessellation and shadow quality. I like the shadow quality though on high. Or like, let's put it on medium, yeah. Shadow range could be medium too. Screen space reflections, quality, sharpening, anti-aliasing, TAA. Yes, now for shortcuts, we want to look and see if there's a hide UI key. Is there a way to hide UI? Handcrafted MP potions.
it just seemed like for like 6 months it was just talking all the time, of course, because
because they're lonely. They're scam artists.
Stuff like that, and there'd always be something going on. And I remember showing you pictures, and me not having a clue. You're like, wow, that's not real. And I was like, I mean, you were nice about it, but you're like, look at this picture, and I had no idea. I'm like, what? And you're like, I mean, just check it out.
Be honest, Mother, did he get some pictures out of you?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Unfortunate. Well, you have any advice for people that are online dating?
Yes, I do. Immediately get offline and try to meet people while you're out and about. Well, that's easier said than done.
Okay. All right. This is turning into a very bitter. This is turning into a bitter thing. I love you. I'm gonna go.
Okay, I love you. Bye.
My old girl got sent pussy and titty pics to the guy. You know what's f***ed up too is like the ultimate goal is money, whatever, but that's just like a cherry on top for him, It's like a power trip thing too. It's f***ed up. Anyways, let's talk about Stranger Things fan thinks she's dating one of the actors from the show. I guess with AI and stuff, you can count some of these things, but also I think Finn Wolfhard's dating you. You know what I mean? Really? Anyways, in 2023, a mother. Already. What are we? Come on, really? A mother from Kentucky named Michaela. Is that really how you spell it, too? It is some, like, white trash Michaela stuff right there. Good Lord, girl. Michaela was going through a rocky relationship with her husband. Feeling lonely, she decided to join a forum for online artists in order to start meeting new people in the filmmaking community. It was there she met Docker Montgomery, an actor from his role as Billy Hargrove from Stranger Things series. She thought that she was dating Billy. Isn't he supposed to be the hottest guy from the show?
Will is.
Will's the hottest? Oh, I don't know. How delusional can you be? They hit it off right away. Oh, did they? Yeah, the guy who's an LA filmmaker is in a weird indie Kentucky filmmaking group. They hit it off right away, sending each other romantic messages and expressing their deep love for each other. Michaela was absolutely obsessed, so we're talking sexting, like, immediately.
She was sending pictures of her wet fingers.
God damn, dude. Rough episode for you so far. The actor told her to decide between her husband or him. Whoa! Michaela divorced her husband without hesitation to show that she was serious. Oh, Michaela, you stupid, stupid person.
relationship.
It was a rocky relationship, sure, but it's also just like she had to have told the guy that it's like, yeah, Billy from Stranger Things is dating me. The husband's just like, what the are you even on about? What's coming out of your gob? She recalls Montgomery expressing frustrations about his relationship with Liv Pollock, who was supposedly giving him money problems by taking control of his banking information. Yeah, so he's saying that Billy, the actor that's playing Billy, it's like, my girlfriend's fucking up my bank. I can't even get to my bank account. Michaela, who was also dealing with a controlling ex-husband, could relate. This brought them even closer. The actor would slowly start asking for money through gift card exchanges and cryptocurrency, which Michaela regretfully indulged in. Over time, she has sent to him over $10,000 of Google Play gift cards and Doge. She eventually began to realize that this was too good to be true, ending things with her supposed lover after spending a fortune on him. I'm not saying that people can't find love. You're a person, you find out you'd start dating an actor because they like your TikToks or something. I don't
Lana
know.
married a
Anything's
MAGA
possible.
alligator
You start
tamer.
dating John Goodman, and John Goodman's asking, 87-year-old John Goodman is asking you for cryptocurrency and gift cards, Google Play gift cards. I would assume that's a scam. Be careful out there. But we get to move into the world of AI scams. AI, the crazy new thing, very, very scary. What's real, what's not real anymore? I don't fucking know. We're all gonna burn in hell. People are able to take voice recordings of you or other people and implement scams themselves. That AI learning technology, it's very believable. It's pretty fucking scary. But here's a little post. So yesterday I got a call from my grandparents who asked me if I was okay.
Yeah, what do you want?
Confused, I said, of course I was. After some confusion, it turns out they got a call from an AI that used my voice to say I was in a car accident and needed money for the hospital. And also not to tell my parents.
I ain't got time for that shit.
That's so fucked. That's so creepy, too. It's so invasive.
You know how they do that? If you ever get a phone call and it's a lot of times if it's like silent.
I start blocking those.
Yeah, because if you're like, hello, or if you get weird calls and they're asking you specific things, because what they're trying to do is train your voice off the phone call.
I mean, I feel like everybody gets like toll-free bullshit, like, oh, have you done this, blah, 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 and you're like, fuck off, and you hang up. Which we get to talk about AI Brad Pitt scamming a poor French woman. Oui, oui. This year, a French woman named Anne lost 830,000 euros by a scammer pretending to be Brad Pitt. In response, she endured a giant wave of harassment and mockery. That's sad. It's dumb, but it's sad. Anne, who was married at the time, was contacted via Instagram by someone posing as Brad Pitt. Because Anne was new to social media, she was gullible and ended up chatting with him for a while. With old people, I feel like all you have to do, once again, I feel like I'm promoting this kind of shit. I feel like all you have to do with old people is just be like, you see the name and you see the picture and you're like, that's them! How else would someone say that they're Brad Pitt? They have a picture of him, they have his name on an account.
Nowadays, there's even apps that will project your video live. So you could be like, hey, do a video call, and voice modulate and face modulate.
Hey, I'm Brad Pitt. All right, all right, all right. She's like, hey, I thought that was Matthew McConaughey. He's like, yeah. The actor started asking for money in order to pay customs for the luxury gift he wanted to send her. I got you gifts, but you gotta pay for them. He would make up stories about how his bank accounts were frozen as a result of his divorce proceedings with Angelina Jolie. That's how you get those old women too, dude. Yeah, Angelina Jolie, that fucking bitch, gone in 60 seconds, my ass. And would pay the money every time, and the scammer started to realize that he could easily squeeze more and more money out of her. Eventually, he fooled her into paying 775,000 euros to pay for kidney cancer treatment. To sell the lie, he sent AI-generated images of Brad Pitt in the hospital and believed they were real because there was no traces of these photos online, meaning they must have been taken just for her. So sad, dude. She herself was in cancer remission. Oh my god. So she felt sympathy for the poor actor. I feel like the floor for anything just dropped, you know what I mean? Like that gut feeling? Ugh. During this time, Anne got a divorce with her husband, which I wondered this too. I'm speculating because now I'm too sympathetic towards Anne. Going through cancer remission and kind of living your life, you're sitting there and you're just like, I don't even know if I'm happy in this marriage. You know, like it's just you're willing to take these risks now and you're easy to be swayed in these different directions. It's one of those things where it's like finally a piece of good luck comes my way. Brad Pitt or Billy from Stranger Things, which you would think, what the f are you thinking? But her daughter at the time had spent an entire year trying to convince her that this was all a hoax, but to no avail. She even had somebody being like, Mom, it's not Brad Pitt, I'm telling you that right now. To keep up the lie, the scammers crafted an AI-generated news report discussing the exclusive relationship Brad Pitt had with a woman named Anne. This eased her suspicions until she saw the news that Brad and Ines de Ramon entered a public relationship in 2024. You said you loved me. She ended things with the supposed actor and stated that the whole ordeal put her in a very dark place. She attempted to take her own life 3 times. Crushed after realizing that she sent a majority of her savings to a scammer. No shit, dude. There's no way to get justice on these people either. So all these stories are just going to end with, it's just like, I guess that's what it is. If you get a call from somebody that's like, hey, this is me, Canyon, I need money or whatever, it's real. I'm the one calling. No, seriously, though, the Patreon is open, and I do need the help. We just need more puppets, and we're setting up a new little space for more sets right now, so maybe consider supporting.
Not a scam.
It's not a scam. I know I'm smiling, but I'm just nervous now because it doesn't matter. Oh, we could talk about another man who was scammed out of $25,000 by an AI voice. Anthony, an older man from Los Angeles, was conned out of $25,000 after being targeted by AI scammers. He received a phone call from a person that sounded exactly like his son. The scammer used an AI voice to lie about being in a car accident with a pregnant woman who was rushed to the hospital. Who's pregnant? That would be an emotional call, dude. I'm gonna be a granddad? Wait, what? He then received a call from a supposed lawyer named Michael Roberts telling him, you need to get $9,200 as fast as you can if you want your son out of jail.
$9,200.
He's in for 45 days. Scammers often ask for money with a sense of urgency to pressure victims into sending money without taking time to think of how suspicious the situation is. They want it now. It's gotta be now, or you're gonna get in big trouble. Your son's in big trouble, and her pregnant wife, she's really pregnant. She's about to pop at any time, and he doesn't even know where she's at anymore, dude. You gotta get him out of jail. After rushing to the bank to retrieve the money, they call Michael Roberts back, and Uber was sent to their house to pick up the cash. Uber. God. Only for them to receive another call immediately. Apparently, the pregnant woman died. Raising the bailout astronomically. In a panic, they gathered more money and gave it to another Uber driver that showed up to retrieve it. Dude, I would never hand an Uber driver any amount of cash. I'd be like, you don't have a car? Hello? What? It was only when her daughter started trying to look up information about the supposed court case that they realized it was a scam. And once again, money's gone, he got. Or we can talk about a woman who thought that Elon Musk was calling her to pitch her an idea for an investment.
Because he's got 30 girlfriends.
Even the real thing.
Why not? It's plausible.
God, dude, really, Elon? A recent type of scam has resulted in billions
and
of dollars
18 children or whatever
it
is.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to tell you about the Neuralink crypto token, the new cryptocurrency
Oh,
that will change the
no,
world.
no,
By
no,
using AI, people
no.
have started creating fake advertisements where Elon Musk proposes an investment opportunity. 62-year-old Heidi Swan, one of the victims, recounts her experience seeing the ad on Facebook and TikTok. And in the ad, an AI voice of Elon Musk was used to sell this lie. This resulted in her spending $10,000 in cryptocurrency and sending it over only to get ghosted and left confused as to what happened. Or a man who was tricked out of $25 million from deep fake CEO. Who are these people? Is this fucking Warren Buffett? My God. In an especially absurd case of AI fraud, a finance worker from Hong Kong was conned out of $25 million. A Hong Kong millionaire, probably billionaire. In 2024, a multinational firm was targeted by AI scammers who had entered a call with a deep fake version of the company's chief financial officer. So they were able to get the fucking CFO's voice. That's crazy. In the call, there were several other employees there who were also deepfaked to sell the scene of a big company's Zoom meeting. That's fucking like some Ocean's 11 shit. The guy ended up sending about $25.6 million USD to multiple bank accounts as instructed by the supposed bosses. That's insane. That isn't just a guy scamming someone being like, I'm Billy from Stranger Things. This is like an actual heist. We've given you a lot of scams today, right? So in this video, I at least want to take time to talk about common scam tactics or red flags that you should look for and that I'm going to even keep in mind moving forward in the future. So it isn't uncommon for a scammer to call you and say something and say nothing. They want to wait until you ask, is anybody there, before hanging up and using the audio sample to recreate your voice and scam people you know. So if you get a call from somebody who isn't saying shit, just hang up. Don't be the first person to say hello anymore. Hello is a thing of the past. And because let me tell you, silence, a regular person is going to be like, hello? Then you can have your conversation, all right? A clear sign that you're being scammed is if a person over the phone is trying to get payments through gift cards or cryptocurrency, because these type of payments are harder to trace by law enforcement. If anyone's asking you to pay a debt through Google Play gift cards or Ethereum, hang up the phone immediately. You'll be fine. Scammers play with your sense of urgency, but there's no reason why people need to rush to pay an officer over the phone. Often, it's safer to just hang up and call a local police station if anything feels suspicious. Let's say a scammer, you did a hit and run, which don't do that. I don't know where I'm going at with this. There's no reason you should pay a police officer on the phone, right? But I'm saying if for some reason somebody knows of a crime that you did, like that's what I'm saying, a hit and run, or like you stole a fucking pair from the store and they're just like, we know you stole something. Call the fucking local station, dude. Turn yourself in. You're a criminal. Actually, you know what? You deserve to be scammed for stealing that bear. Get-rich-quick situations are always too good to be true. Why would a Nigerian prince need your help? Don't be a fucking moron, right? There's no such thing as a get-rich-quick scheme. The only way I've ever heard that to ever work, honestly, is join the Me Canyon Patreon, where there you get behind-the-scenes footage and kind of like tools for success and like just kind of an automatic money generator. So I don't know. But all in all, those are some of the internet scams. It was fun going back through and looking at some of these again. AI is just scary. AI is in this place where I feel like before too long you're going to start seeing videos of yourself. People are going to fabricate videos of you taking a bat and beating a dog to death and using that as blackmail against you. That's not even a year away, probably, okay?
It's already happening.
It's already happening right now. And to think that it's one of those things, it's like kind of like cancer in a scary way, where it's like, that could never happen to me until one day you get the bad call. So all I gotta say is be careful out there. People will do anything to get ahead. The world is a fucking rat race, and people are just like crawling on top of each other to see who can get ahead and who can, you know, scam as much money as they can out of people. So be careful with yourself. Just look out for some of these red flags, and for the love of God, Nigerian princes don't need your help. Take care, everyone. We will see you in the next one.
They do, but they're not going to ask you. They're not going to ask you.
And she come on my property and then she kick my dog. And now my dog needs operation. She kicked my dog. And she kicked your dog? Yes. Which daughter? The one who just answered the phone.
No. They hate that you come to work, you do your job, and you go home. They hate that you're not saying anything.
Yep.
You're just going
It's
in,
a job.
in,
What the
and
fuck
doing
do you
your
need to
assignment
say?
and going home.
Yep.
The reason why they hate that is because they don't know who you are at your job.
Yep, they don't know.
Who you are.
They don't know who you are.
They want to know if you're an informant. They want to know if you're a snitch. They want to know if you talk and spread rumors. That's what they want to know at your job. And it's hard for them to know that. So since they cannot know that, they try to give you an assignment to see if you will tell on somebody. They tries to be to put you in the category of one of them. And that's how it is at some of these 9-to-5s. The ones that I worked at was like that, and I'm sure the ones that you work at is like that now. If you go home, if you go to work and you come home and you do it all over again and you don't engage into the jobs, they're going to be curious. They're going to try to push your buttons. They're going to ask you and say, well, what do you do? Because they did me like that. What do you do besides when you're not here? I just say, hey, I'm just here to collect the check. I'm going home. I'm clocking in, doing my work, and I'm going home. That's it. My personal life is my personal life. Mm-hmm. And when you say that, they're going to spread rumors to you regardless. They're going to spread rumors about you regardless of you saying that. You can't just say that you can go to work, clock in, do your work, and go home. Because then they're going to think you an informant. They're going to think you a snitch, or they're going to think you a too goody two-shoes. It's sad that's how this work industry is. And when I worked there, they thought that, they say, well, since they're not talking to none of us, then let's try to get them to talk. Let's try to find their weakest point. And that's what they tried to do with me. They tried to find my weakest point, but they couldn't, because I have God on my side, and they couldn't. My mindset was to go do my work and go home.
Yep. I've done this so many times in my life.
My family. And it got to a point.
Yep, they're like, I don't want you, like, I don't know. I'm very open on my stream about what my past is because I have to be. But like but anywhere else in life, I'm like, nope. I'm here. I'm picking you up from point A. I'm taking you to point B. I'm your cashier. How you doing? And that's it. That's all. And they're like, you don't talk much, do you? And I do talk a lot. If I'm your friend. If I don't know you, no, I'm just kind of like, hey, how you doing? What's up? And I am cordial, a very nice, happy, cordial person. But when they ask me what my personal life is, I'm like, oh, I play video games. And it's usually a good enough answer. I play video games all the time. they'll be like, okay, well.
To where I didn't show them my.
But I mean I remember at one point in my life it had been 7 years since that was true. I used that lie, even when I was a drug dealer. People would ask me what I do, and I'd be like, "Oh, I'm a professional video gamer. I play video games all day. They just don't pay me for it." It's literally, it was like, and it was a lie at that time, but I mean, it is the truth about who I am. I don't view it as a lie. It was a lie right then because it wasn't true. I was actually like a drug addict of two different drugs and at the same time and all this other stuff, and I was like trying to hide it. What I really was just a taxi driver. But I'd be like, no, I play video games all the time, and it wasn't. I actually hung out with a stripper, smoked black tar heroin, and smoked meth and stuff. That's just what it was. It was just, fucking annoying. And so, like, you can't be honest about your drug addiction with them, so you just say, I play video games, or I'm a cashier, or I'm a taxi driver. That's what I do, 60 hours a week. And that needs to suffice for them. That's it. If they don't know, then it's I'm checking in. Like, if they won't accept that, then it's I'm clocking in to work here. That's it. Clocking into work here. They like me. They can trust me. One of the weird things about me is mammals and most humans like me for some reason. They like settle down right next to me. Cats and dogs and stuff like this. Because I've never harmed a living thing. They can sense it. Like some living things are extremely sensitive, and they can just tell whether or not you're a threat. And despite how big I am, they can tell that I'm just not going to harm anybody. It's just not in me. It's just not who I am. Scared about multi-polling. I like this Terabag combat for some dumb reason, and I don't really know why.
Because if I show them my actions at work, or if you show them your actions at work, they got you. They're going to figure out a way to manipulate you. They're going to figure out a way to turn it against you. And when I was doing that, like not...
I believe this about people too.
It hurts, because
yeah.
I will take my actions home.
I get along with people fine, but I don't trust I don't trust them, first of all, and I don't trust what they're after usually, because it is usually selfish. Most humans that they're talking to is because they want something. It's either that they want their job to be smooth and you're a cog in that machine. They want their job to be smooth because they want to clock in and be done with their day afterwards and stuff, and I'm better at understanding that than this guy is, I think. That he's probably got worse things to hide than me. Oh, I don't know. He may not have done as bad things as me. We don't know. We don't know that. We don't know that at all. Maybe I've been worse. I think I've probably been worse, maybe. This guy doesn't want to talk because there's nothing to talk about that he can admit. He's probably talking about prison. He probably did time in prison. He doesn't want people to know what he does. He doesn't want people to know the problems that he has. He doesn't want people to know that he drinks or does some drugs or he ran with a gang or went to prison or something. There's something he's hiding that he doesn't want them to know. That's his business. It's not theirs. Oops. I wish I could cancel. Oh, is the clang sound crits? That's what that sound is? I didn't figure it out till now. Are we done? Yeah, but I need to be able to read.
I would take my actions in my driveway and I'll bring it in the house, which was no good. And I didn't let them see my actions. And if they're not seeing your actions, they're going to also try to scroll and see what's your background. They're gonna try to look you up on social media, try to be friends with you on social media. That happened too. And they're gonna, and if it's not them, it's your supervisor. Your supervisor's gonna ask you some questions, try to give you an assignment, see if you are a snitch or a rat, or see if you'll spread rumors. And you have people like that at the job. You have many people. Your coworkers is really not your friends because you have several people like that at the job. You have people that say, okay, you have people that's in different categories. You have the goody two shoes.
Yeah.
You have those people, and you have and they thought that I was a part of the goody two shoes because I didn't engage with none of them. I just did my work and go home. They thought you was those, or they thought you was a snitch informant that you was going to go back and tell the supervisor, or go back and tell upper management, or watch them and see if they make a mistake to go to upper management and an informant. Or
I worked at he sounds to me maybe like a package handler or some such, or at least that's what I did. I worked at USPS, which yeah, was that the Brown company? Is it USPS? Yeah, USPS. There's a 32. I'm in 19. I need to keep riding. Okay, do it again. And go. And at the USPS, it's this never-ending problem. You're a package handler. Is it USPS? Not USPS. That's the postal service. I'm talking about UPS. UPS. Sorry, I worked at UPS. It's the Brown company. And I worked there for 4 months, and I really hurt my back pretty bad, and I stopped when I realized how bad it was. I figured being on the streets and poor was better than destroying my back forever. Couldn't handling packages because I didn't lift right. They kept training me, trying to have me lift right, but I'd just be like, no, I just want to get through this. It's torture to me. It hurts my back so bad to do this. And so I would just like lift bad, which would make it worse. And that's not what they're looking for at UPS. They want somebody who just lifts like a surf all day long and doesn't overexert themselves and doesn't hurt their back. And so then you get people snitching on you, being like, you're not lifting right, or you're tired and you're sitting down too much, or whatever. It's hard physical labor. And I worked there like that for 4 months, and I made good money. It was, I think it was like $18 an hour or something like that, and benefits. And it was worth keeping the job, but it wasn't like it wasn't good for my body. I was just not, I have a big fat belly, and if you put a bunch of packages on that weight, it just destroys my back. My back's bad anyways, because I've been like, I've had a belly for 10 years or something, and ever since my suicide attempt, and and so I eventually just left one night. I was like, I can't do the back pain. It's just too much torture for the money was good. Each shift was like $140 or something. It was pretty good. But it wasn't, it wasn't really like, and they were always like, work overtime. We can't get enough guys to wreck their backs fast enough. And so there was like, I experienced a system of people like that. There was like 7 tiers of management, and then and you're the package handler, and then there's like your overboss, and then their overboss who works like the area, and then their boss who works like, it's been so long I don't remember the names of all the positions and everything, but they like their boss who's like the overboss, and then their boss who's the overboss, and then you get all the way up to the regional, and the regional is the big boss, and you might meet the regional once because they care about every single package handler, but you're still a package handler for these people who will throw you away like it's in a second because they've got applications a mile long because it's a $20 an hour job, and so they don't care about throwing you away. So you get these snitches who are like, he's drunk at work, or he's hungover, or this guy's like taking too many breaks, or that guy's high, or this guy goes to the bathroom too much, I think he's high, or that kind of thing. You get that kind of behavior, that kind of stuff, right? Because they just see people who aren't working as hard as them, so they either snitch you out, Or they back you when you're a human and you have human moments like, oh, my girlfriend called me, she's crying, I've got to handle it. And they're like, all right, fine, just do it. And then there's your moment that he's talking about. Do they snitch on you to the supervisor because you have to take a 90-second phone call with your girlfriend who's calling to tell you that somebody broke her car window and stole her stereo or something like that, right? And that she needs help to figure out what to do or whatever. And you or whatever, something like that, or whatever, and they either back you or they snitch on you, and it causes this divisive thing at a workplace where the job's so good because it pays like $20 to $25, especially if you have like seniority at a real job with maybe like a union. Like UPS had a union, I worked several union jobs in my lifetime. And and I remember how catty this stuff was, and so you're always quiet. You don't want to talk to anybody because you don't want to make friends, because then that makes you lie for them, and then you lose your job, and you need that job because you're fresh out of prison or something like that. You need that job. To them, losing the job is just them acting like a bitch and snitching you out to the manager. To you, that's like you might have to go back to the halfway house or something. You lose your job, and then you're like, I can't get another one. I just keep putting in applications, but no one calls and stuff. And they're like, well, you're on probation violation, whatever, for running with a gang 13 years ago or whatever. So yeah, you need a job, and you don't have one. That's probation violation. They're like, we're gonna be nice to you here, but we're pressuring you, and we're having you call us each day because we know you're in crisis. You can't seem to get a job, and you can't make ends meet, and there's no rent. But you're on probation. You have to work. That's what they tell you. They're like, you're on probation. You have to work. Been on probation for like 17 years of my life or something like that, and they'll tell you, they'll be like, you're on probation. You have to work.
Saying that, hey,
or you have to do community service. You can't do 40-hour weeks and then do like 3 hours of community service on a Sunday and expect to be done with 150 hours of community service sometime this eternity. You're gonna have to like take a day off of your week, and you're gonna have to go down there to the fucking. What I had to do is I'd have to go down to the fucking Arc thrift store on South Broadway. I've done like 300 hours of community service there. And and you just lose a Sunday. Like maybe you were cashier, maybe you don't make that. You ask somebody to cover your shift, and you're like, look, I got probation and I've got to do community service, so I'm going to go to jail. Will you cover my shift? And they're like, yeah. Does the boss know you're on probation or community service? And you're like, no, it's a drug charge. Don't tell them either. And I've said that to a bunch of people in my time before too. And they're like, oh yeah, I get you. It's just drug tests and stuff. It's like not like I'm a felon. I got drug charges. They're not felony charges, but you still have probation. You have to go drop piss tests and stuff, and occasionally you got to take a day off and go do community service, or you never get through the 150 hours. And they'll drop something like 150 hours. They don't think about how much that is in terms of working hours. They'll be like, oh, it's 40 hours, it's not that much, and you're thinking, oh my god, that is like a $3,000 paycheck or something at a real job. That is so much time.
This and this and this is.
And so I know what this guy is facing, because I'm that like deferred adjudicated felon who's not fresh out of prison, probably like him. I get prison vibes from him because he's demure, like he's been in prison before. I know the type because like I went to county for like 13 days, but I also lived in an inpatient mental health facility for people who were in the system. And that's basically jail. It's like what you tell the jail. It's what you tell the judge if you don't want to go to jail, but you have a problem like PTSD. For my problem, it was PTSD, and I knew that I couldn't really handle jail. I was like, I can't handle jail right now, judge. I know I'm going to relapse or fuck up and violate probation while I'm in jail, and I'm going to jail for a probation violation. That's the theme. We've got a lesson up here, and you've just got to cut me a break, or I've got to do something and give me a community service or something. I'll do that. And they're like, oh yeah, you want to work with me? And it's like, yeah, I want to work with you. I don't want to go to jail for this. I want to stay out of jail. And I did. I stayed out of felony jail. But I didn't stay away from fucking felons. I definitely was around felons a lot, and you can tell real felons who have done real time because they're demure. They don't fuck with other people who don't fuck with them. They're not interested in talking because you're not their family and shit, and that's the only people that really look out for them. And the public has harmed them. They've been thrown in jail for something. Usually it's like running drugs or something stupid like that. They've been thrown in jail for something they don't really believe in getting thrown in jail for or something like that, and they've been betrayed by their fucking community and shit, and the only people who stood with them is their fucking family, and even them didn't show up, you know? Even those don't show up to the court. Even them don't show up to the court dates most of the time. So... Yeah, and so you get these package handlers, or, you know, you work some kind of union factory job or something, or maybe you're doing like you're like a forklift guy at a factory or something. Those guys you work with, they're not your fucking friends. Exactly like what he's saying. I'm just going to repeat it, but I have work jobs like that. I've done forklifting at a cat food factory, and while it was only me and some lady, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I learned to drive forklift with the aim of going into, you know, to drive forklift for big construction companies and stuff like this. When I realized that I can't really handle, after the UPS job, I realized that I couldn't really handle the actual job structure if you have a bad past. So they ask you, what do you do? And they're like, why do you only have 7 friends on Facebook? Or what are you, why are you so weird? Why are you strung out all the time? Why are you high all the time? What's your fucking deal? You constantly show up here and you're never late. You never fuck up. You listen and you work really hard. You kind of stink sometimes because we suspect that you're halfway homeless and stuff. You'll get that sometimes. They're like, oh, you stink or whatever. They'll tell you right to your face, you stink. And it's like, yeah, motherfucker, I'm kind of halfway homeless and shit. Why do you think I'm working this crappy ass job? You know?
Johnny,
and the questions, they get you in trouble, and then they'll spy on your Facebook. They'll see that you got 7 friends because you done caught some fucking federal beef or something for some drug charge or some problem. For me, it was like 7 false assault charges and 2 drug addictions and a felony assault charge that was dropped. But I mean, like I couldn't get out of that one. And this is the God's honest truth. The Safeway fucking private security guard tackled me from behind and slid over my head and skinned his nose and his elbows on the pavement. And so rather than, but he broke my shoulder when he tackled me. So to prevent me from filing an assault charge on him and suing them for breaking my shoulder, they filed an assault charge on me for scuffing up his elbows and his nose. I come out to find later that this is a tactic. I find out later from the fucking public defender, this is a tactic that these companies use a lot. They'll just file an assault charge on you, even though they hurt you. Just because, what can you do? You're poor. You're the guy shoplifting, and it protects them from you filing if there's already an assault charge that they filed on you, you don't file an assault charge on them for breaking your shoulder and stuff. And that does happen to them. They get paranoid about that, so they'll just by rote file the assault charge, and they'll drop it in court if you fight the assault charge. But I didn't know that. I didn't fight the assault charge. I was like, I'm not going up for felony assault. I did not touch that motherfucking guy. My back was turned when he tackled me, and I ate shit, and I got my fucking shoulder broken because this 200-pound dude landed on my shoulder who thought he was Rambo. Fucking stupid. And I was just walking out of the store. That was it. I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't resisting or running from him. Didn't know he was there. I hear this running steps, and he just full-blown tackles me. No warning, no yelling, nothing. Just tackles, you know? And it broke my shoulder, and so to protect himself from me suing him, he sued me. Now, I never showed to the court date, and I come to find out later in this mad fucked up world that from the public defender that I should have just showed to my original goddamn court date and they would have dropped it, because they never, like, Safeway doesn't waste time and lawyers suing you. They only do that if they need to protect themselves, and if they see and if they scare you like that, if you're like a criminal and shit, you disappear like you did, and then they just, and then the charge just sits there. They don't have to send a lawyer or do anything. The charge just sits there. If you're a junkie and you're stealing and they break your shoulder tackling you or something like that, which is exactly what the fuck happened, they file the assault charge. If you don't show, nothing happens for them. They don't worry about it or anything like that. They don't think about it for 7 years like you. They don't dodge the cops for 7 years like you. And that was a corporation just entirely playing God with my life. They broke my shoulder. I wouldn't have said it. I wouldn't have said a word about it. I was stealing from them. But now I do say a word about it because they filed an assault charge when they really shouldn't have. They were litigious when they shouldn't have been. This destroyed my life for 7 fucking years when people realized I couldn't get a job and that I was like dodging a felony and that I was, and all this other shit. They don't work with you. They don't give you jobs and shit like this. Eventually, the charge is like a charge because you didn't deal with it, and so now they've had a warrant out for you for a long time. You haven't dealt with it. When you try to apply for a job, the Equifax comes back with the warrant, and of course the corporations just not interested in busting you because that might make them an enemy. They just don't hire you. And I experienced this problem for like 7 years where I would fill out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of applications. But this was right after Equifax had hit the public, and I was trying to get a $20 an hour job. Any $20 an hour job is going to run the Equifax. They're going to fucking check you. When they see that you've either got like a full-blown, in my case it was a warrant, but I didn't know I had a warrant. The system didn't tell me that. They just ran the warrants. They didn't come chasing me or calling me or anything like that. The county clerk did not call me and tell me I had a warrant. I had no fucking idea what was happening with it. I made an assumption that I had a warrant, but I didn't know that. I couldn't talk to them or anything like that. And I was like, man, what if it all just goes away? What if 7 years go by and this false assault charge just goes away? And I stand by my actions then, and I stand by my actions now. I got busted 6 years and 6 months in an alleyway, being a good Samaritan, helping a friend move a fucking mattress to his basement so he could sleep. And like, you know, and I got busted and I got carded by a cop who had no reason carding us at all. And on top of it, after the 6.5 years, I got rolled for fucking felony evasion and a felony fucking warrants for fucking felony arrest. And they put me up in the orange clothes with all the felony killers and murderers and fucking gang members and stuff. MS-13 dudes are telling me I gotta kneel and pray with them or something really bad's gonna happen to me. And none of it was okay. And I learned that corporatocracy can harm you far more than the jails and prisons can. And sometimes they work with each other. They do crazy things. Like the court was more as they should be. The court was more Safeway's friend than they were mine. They know Safeway's in an upstanding position. Safeway just wants to sell products to customers. Safeway doesn't come in there and shoplift. Safeway's not the bad actor in that place. So the judge does not care much about what the person has to say about this. They just fuck you. And so then finally, when you come and tell your story, I told my story like 6.5 years later. I came in I told the judge what happened, and they were like, nope. And so I posted bail, and they're like, you have a year of probation, and it was going to be a year before you see your court date because we're busy. And so they forced me to stand around and wait for a year on probation, where I had to drop fucking drug tests and all this shit. And all I was doing was stealing $23. I admit it, I stole it. I stole $23 worth of macaroni salad, bread, cheese, mayonnaise, and chips so I could eat. I was living on the fucking streets. I had a broken shoulder because of it. That fucked me up for like 5 months and shit. Then they fucked me up for 6.5 years. I couldn't drive or get a new driver's license or anything like that. That fucked me up because I was a driver, you know? That fucked me up. And that was all over some lie this Safeway told. Now, do I blame Safeway? No, I was stealing from them. But this is how bitter this corporatocracy bullshit when they play games with your life actually gets. Is it their fault? No. Does it suck? Yes. It was unacceptable what happened to me. Does it suck? Yes. It's like getting lost in the system. And having the system being used as a tool in some kind of leverage. All that guy has to do is tell the cop assault, and that's it. And then he doesn't have to think about it again for another fucking 7 years or something like that. He doesn't have. It's just some fucking tool dude in a security officer uniform. But it's he said, she said. Is it the dirty junkie shoplifter, or is it the Safeway security who's got a gun and you trust? And so the judge runs with the Safeway. It's fucking stupid. But yeah, I should not have been stealing, but I also should not have had my shoulder broken. That's cruel and unusual. For shoplifting, having your fucking shoulder broken, and then as a thank you, they filed an assault charge afterwards to protect themselves from me suing them for breaking my shoulder. I come to find out that this out from the public defender. The public defender comes and tells me, yeah, they play games with filing assault charges all the time if they harm people in apprehending suspects who shoplift from them. And can you blame them? This is the public defender telling you to your face that you're an idiot. Can you blame them for this? No, you can't blame them. No. And that's how often usually crime is no, you can't blame the victim for acting as they do. If fucking you over for, a ton of probation and 6 years of running from the law and all this other stupid ass shit over a shoplifting charge. It's always a lot more than you think it is. You think it's just a shoplifting charge. It's just a possession charge. No, it's always way, way, way worse than that. It's always way worse than that. It's never as simple as that, especially if you have a history.
And he's saying that he wish you get fired.
And you're like, what? You're just showing up. You don't even know the dude's name sometimes. You're like, bro, I don't even know who the fuck you are. What? You're like, I don't even know. And then this used to really affect them too. You're like, nah, I'm like a junkie, and yeah, I'm getting high in the bathroom, but I never fuck up. I never get an injury. I never am late. I'm always there. I clock in. I don't stink. I don't look like I'm a junkie. I'm just here. I'm doing the job. I don't talk much. I'm just doing my job like I'm supposed to. And they act like you're an alien and that your Facebook needs to be perused and that you need to play social games with them and all this other shit. And this is part of this shit. This shit is part of the reason why there is so much joblessness and unemployment in America. Is there's also terrible social problems that happen in the workplace that should be controlled by law. Like if you show up work and are never late and never cause problems for anybody, you should never have to say a fucking word. Sociality is not required for work. I mean, it might be if they need you to talk to them, but if you're just like some package handler who can literally put on a goddamn pair of headphones or whatever halfway and just like, you know, start shuffling packages for fucking 4.5 hours like I did at UPS, no, you shouldn't have to talk to anybody. But I could, even there, because I had a $20 an hour job that could go to somebody else, there was all this bullshit ass politics and all this stuff that he was talking about. And it's like, we're already maybe, you know, maybe they overlooked the past and they've hired a felon or something and they know it and they're helping you. And so you're just there chilling, trying not to lose your fucking job, and some fucking scrub muggle is trying to tell you that they don't like you. And you're like, what the fuck, dude? I have never even spoken to you. Now, I haven't had this like ever, but I saw the ravages of it. I saw other people affected by it. I saw fistfights start out and shit like this. I saw other people, like in several workplaces. I've seen fistfights break out because people can't really handle each other at the workplace. It's dumb. We come there to work, but then we get in these terrible social problems and all this. Fucking dumb.
And as well, that's not as good too.
Yeah, and what he's saying is there's like this God-given inalienable right where if you haven't done anything wrong, and this is how not just the workplace, and he's struggling to verbalize it, but I don't think I need to. I think I can say this well. There's like this safe spot that we all should have because we don't know what each other's fucking problems are. There's like this safe spot that should be respected. If you show up like a good American and you clock in, you're never late, you just do the job, you do it well, you work the sweat like everybody else, you don't work it half-assed, you smile at the manager and you shuffle your feet, but you never ever piss anybody off. And then they're like, what's your story, brah? Are you on drugs? Are you a drug dealer? Are you trying to a lot of the time, I swear to God, they think you're a drug dealer, and this is sometimes the case. I've done this in my life, but you're trying to pay taxes, so you're working a dead-end job or whatever, like a $20 an hour job, and they're like, why are you here, bro, if you never talk? If you're not a lower class dead-end loser like us or whatever, then why are you here never talking? Like, why are you here taking this job then? And it makes them nervous. They're like, why aren't you in the same situation as me? Because you don't fit the same social mold as them. And you realize, like, you're weird. Like, this dude, he strikes me as somebody who may have started out life rich, honestly, because he doesn't seem fucking scared to be like a social idol or anything like that, because he's on YouTube and stuff. So he strikes me as somebody who might have started out, and I'll probably strike out doing this, I'm probably wrong, but started out rich and then ended up in the middle class when they were young. I see somebody like me in his struggle, and then eventually ended up in the lower class when they caught a drug addiction or a problem with a gang or something like that, and then got rolled for like a 4-year bid or something like that. And so then they don't want to talk about who they are. And dude, when you're in jail for 4 years, your Facebook dies. They might not unfriend you if they're nice people, but if you're in jail, they might not be nice people. But if you go to jail for 4 fucking years, they might unfriend you on Facebook. You ever considered this? So then they ask you, why do you got such a little amount of friends on Facebook? Oh, because my best friend's little sister told her parents that we were doing meth together because she's a good little girl or whatever. And so that got out. That got out to my parents. Well, no, sorry, it never got out to my parents, but it got out to my friends. It got out to my other friends. My sober friends who would hang out with my friend would troll my best friend to his face in the kitchen with their parents. And that's how my best friends found out that I was doing meth. There's always somebody spill beans. You know, there's always somebody who spills beans when you're doing something that people consider to be crime or criminal or something like that, right? A lot of people consider not only meth to be skeevy, but also like criminal. They're like, oh, you're doing something really illegal. It makes you really shitty to be around. We can't be around you and shit. And sure enough, overnight, I went from 7,000 fucking friends to like 439 or something like that. Within 3 or 4 years, I had trimmed that down to like 313, and I sat at 3. I know, because I'll remember the numbers. This is how social media died for me. Just because I had a drug addiction and a few small problems. I never harmed anybody, never did anything wrong except deal drugs or whatever. I never actually harmed anybody, you know what I'm saying? And if I did, I made amends. And so then, you know, or it was somebody random I never ever met or wasn't even in the same state or whatever. And so, like, understand, like, you know, like, you know, that's my business. I did my time. I'm back right in proper graces with America and the system and the government and all this stuff. I'm on disability with the government. That lets you know how good graces I actually am with them. They wouldn't have given me disability if I was a criminal. They wouldn't have done that at all. I actually was denied housing and urban development, a free apartment one time in Denver, Colorado, particularly because I had a theft charge that was busted down from receiving stolen goods. I had bought a stolen moped, and they didn't want to fuck me over it, but they were like, this is a stolen moped that needs to be returned to the owner and all this. And I was like, okay, cool. The blue book on it is like $330. I brought it to court. I was like, here's the blue book on this thing. Please do not ruin my life. It's a $330 fucking moped from 1974. Please do not ruin my life over this. And they were like, no, we won't. It's okay. They're like, we're gonna bust this down to a theft charge because we suspect that there was some kind of theft involved. Either you or the person you bought it from stole this moped. I was like, okay, fine, I can't argue with that. Apparently it's a stolen moped, but I didn't know that when I bought it at the time. He was, you know, I bought this from a drug dealer. That's what I said in court. I was like, I bought this from a drug dealer who I never saw again, you know? And it was true. It was this dude living over on the east side. Fucking stupid. He just walked me out to this moped that didn't even have keys. He was like, here's this moped. It's like, you know, it's $100. It doesn't even have keys. You can have it for $100 and it still runs. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, you're a cool dude or whatever. Yeah, here. I was like, okay. And he was like, don't ask questions. And I was like, I won't. I suppose you could call that receiving stolen goods, but it's not like he asked me for a lot of money. He asked me for $100. He was like, yeah, that's how much this piece of shit is worth. It's worth $100. I would sell it on Craigslist if it had a title. I don't have the title. And I was like, okay. And I mean, the fucking moped didn't have keys anyways. It had keys, but only to the side boxes, not to the moped itself. The moped itself just started up right on the street. You know what I'm saying? It was that old and shitty. And I was just like, please don't ruin my life over this thing that's basically the same value as a busted down bicycle. Please don't ruin my life over this. Please do not give me a felony over a busted down bicycle that I didn't know was stolen. Please don't. And they were like, okay, well, we got to give you a theft charge then. And subsequently, I could no longer ever work in the taxi industry ever again. I had worked in the taxi industry for 17 fucking years. And just because I bought a stolen moped, I couldn't work in the fucking taxi industry ever again. Fucking stupid. You know, just so I could have transportation while I was a drug dealer or whatever, rather than, you know, like, and by transportation, I mean, like, not the drugs, I mean me, so I can go buy food and get to a place to sleep or that kind of thing. But I never ever brought drugs on the moped. Even the night when I wrecked the moped, I still wasn't in possession of anything but marijuana. That was it. I didn't have anything. Fucking dumb. Or they would have rolled me for that. They would have rolled me for possession that night. But I mean, I was clean that night, short of like a sack of marijuana, you know. And yeah, fucking stupid being a criminal. And this guy kind of wakes it up in me. It's fucking dumb, but you know, This horse looks different from my horse, and then it disappeared when I came up to it, which is kind of weird. I guess I'll chop trees because that's all I have the patience for right now. I don't really want to focus on this or whatever. Oh no, I guess I have to go home. Yeah, I went home, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I went home, but then I didn't go to the city. So I'll go to the city now. And so, yeah, so how do you combat this, right? You've fucked up but you are a good well, you're not necessarily a good American, but you're an American, and you deserve a second chance. You can't just be constrained to the streets in a doldrum life of like living under the stairs or whatever for the rest of your life as some loser. You should have the right to get back to if you paid your time and you did your time, you should have a right to get back to where you know, to not to where you were, but at least back to some kind of semblance of a life. And that I believe in this as being like a God-given right. It's the freedom and the pursuit of happiness thing. So his version of freedom and the pursuit of happiness is concealing who he is from the people because he knows they're going to judge him for it, and just showing up and clocking in every day, never being late, never fucking up, never being lazy, never leaving your problem for somebody else or any of this other shit, and just doing your job. And now he's complaining that they've made it socially impossible for him to just be a good person and do your fucking job. And he's right about this. They've made it socially impossible to be a lot of things. It's socially impossible to be trans, basically. It's socially impossible to be a criminal. It's socially impossible to be a hooker. It's socially impossible to be somebody who is fresh out of prison, who has paid their debts to society, but is on parole or whatever, or probation. It's socially impossible for those people to get the same fair shake as everybody else. And you'll say, oh, I'm a right-winger and I believe that criminals should be brutalized like that. And I'm going to say no, because they did their fucking time. That's what jail is for. They did their time. At that point, when they come out, they should be treated the same as everybody the fuck else. They are beloved Americans. They should be treated the same else. They should not be socially pariahed and spied on and Facebook fired and all this other shit. They fire you because of the state of your Facebook or whatever. Yeah, if you go to jail for 4 years and you don't talk to your homies on Facebook, they maybe they unfriend you if they figure out that you're a gang member. Probably do. If people figure out that you're a gang member and you have like 1,000 friends or whatever, and they might dump, like 500 of those friends might dump you. They might be like, oh my God, he was rolling with a gang and he caught a fucking gang beef over a gun charge or whatever. They're like, that moron. And they come and they unfriend you. They're like, man, I've known that motherfucker since high school, but I don't want to roll with him anymore. I heard down on Church Way that motherfucker went up for hard time. For a possession on a gun beef or whatever, right? For me, it was possession. And possession and receiving of stolen goods and probation violation on dumbass charges when I was a junkie and didn't know any better.
At my old job, when I was in the oil field,
I feel for him. Yeah, like working in an oil field, that's really catty because that's like a $40 an hour job, not a $20 an hour job or whatever, or 50 or more. So those guys are really catty. You want to see some real girls? Go to construction.
Different.
I mean, I hate to say this, but I mean, that's sexist to both women and men, so I suppose it sucks. But you want to see some real catty women? Go to an oil rig, I bet. Go to a prison.
Patients and stuff in Texas.
Yeah, like where the places where you might expect to see the most savage men, you're gonna see some political shit. You're gonna see some catty girl stuff. It's one of the things about the male gender that I've never really liked, is they're just as catty as girls sometimes socially. They'll fucking diss you on just what friends you have or whatever. It's fucking dumb. They'll do he said, she said high school bullshit. They will. At your place of work, like that's what that's what you like. That's the treatment that you should expect from your place of work. What the fuck does that have to do with a place of work? Like, well, I mean, a place of work is show up, do your fucking job. That's it. That's all it is. You shouldn't be required to talk, and they shouldn't judge you if you don't. It's fucking dumb. Some people don't talk. They just don't. You ever met people that just don't talk? I absolutely do. I meet them all the time. I am not that. I am not that. I can talk all goddamn night. Most people tell me to shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Well, there's a reason I'm single. It's particularly because I don't shut the fuck up. I talk all night. If you're not high on meth like me or whatever, I'm not high on meth right now. I'm just saying, I was high on meth for like 13 years of my life. So I talked all night with people like for 13 years of my life. And if you're not like that, then you're not going to get along with me that well. I'm going to put that on my dating profile. I think I did put it on my dating profile. I was like, if you don't have some kind of drug history that spans at least 10 years and you haven't been around somebody who's got motor mouth because they did meth or something, you might not like me. I'm very, very quiet and very, very reserved, and I get very quiet for long, long periods of time. But when I do fire up, I get fucking. You could call me the gift of gab, like motherfucking Blackalicious, motherfucker. I got the gift of gab. I'll fucking talk all motherfucking night, and I'll sling fucking lyrics like motherfucking Wu-Tang. You understand? Talk like XQC.
When I had,
you know where they get that shit from? Meth.
His supervisor.
Meth.
He ran our whole
video games and meth. You know where XQC gets that shit from? Video games, meth, and I mean, it's video games. It's talking in a professional match very, very quickly. And meth or some form of it, pills, or they have you on Ritalin all of your life, some form of meth. Ritalin is meth. It's literally methamphetamine. There is no real difference between Ritalin and methamphetamine. It is, by all intents and purposes, essentially the same molecules. It's a few molecules off of the same drug. Ritalin and meth are the same thing. People like XQC have been on Ritalin all of their goddamn lives. Trust me. Some people talk, some people don't. You can't judge them for not talking. He's right about this. The social pressure that you might face in an American working structure, it should technically be illegal, because that's not what the Americans are there to do. They're there to work and collect a paycheck. There shouldn't be this thing. This is what we did about sexual harassment. We stopped sexual harassment in the workforce entirely. We also need to stop this he said, she said, background Facebook checking and all this stuff that he's complaining about. Now, he's stressed out, so he's going to bitch for 20 minutes, and I'm not inclined to listen to him, but I am going to make sure that he's not going to say anything else, because he might have some crazy insight about this. Oftentimes, I hate to say this, I know it sounds like anti-rich, anti-fucking oligarch shit that I always do as a leftist liberal and all this stuff, and I am I am like an East Coast. I was born in the Midwest, but I was raised like a sort of a snobby East Coast intellectual in a very, very snobby East Coast intellectual private school with very, very snobby East Coast intellectual Christian values and all this other stuff, right? That's how I was raised, but that's not who I ended up being. But that's how I was raised. And so I will say this. I always feel like I learn a lot more from the people in the lower class than I do from the upper class. Like, you will learn more from the salt of the earth people. Sometimes the most intelligent people I've ever met were in the lower class. Like taxi drivers, they can be so smart. They can scare you with how smart they are. They can predict I've met taxi drivers who can predict the stock exchange. I've met taxi drivers who have read, like, who are just like, who do nothing but read. They just read and drive. That's all they do. They just read and drive, and then they just feed their brains all day long. That's all they do. They read and they drive, kind of like me. You know, instead of driving now, I do video games instead of driving, but I just learn and I drive. This guy, I feel like he's salt of the earth, and he might have something really valuable to teach me, and I'm scared to miss it, because normally I would act like a fucking snobby ass person and just bail the fuck out right now. But I'm convinced the stone that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. And if we don't listen to the salt of the earth people when they tell us what the actual reality of the fucking situation is in these workplaces, we can't change it. And we don't learn anything, and we're doomed to repeat it, you know? I really feel this way.
It was roughly, it was him, his brother-in-law, which he would never fire because that's his brother-in-law.
Nope.
And this is
nepotism is always really crazy. Like, you ever work for the boss's son? Because I have, and it sucks.
Me.
Fucking jackass.
And two more workers, okay? So he ran that crew. He was the supervisor. He was the guy you go to. He's the one that did everything in that crew, right? And so he was married.
So the game is saying the caravans are an important profession for trading. You can rent camels, elephants, and oxen to make deliveries to different points and earn money, or you can rent a donkey, kill caravan pullers, and steal their treasures. To start a caravan, rent a caravan mount. You can view your caravan mount on the J key and ride it. On the J key? Really? What's the J key? What was the J key? Was it the mount key? Probably, yeah. I probably moved that to M. Yeah, probably the M key. Yeah, mounts. It probably is on the mount key. Yeah. Click on the buy package section to see the points you can go to and purchase a package to start delivering right away. But remember, thieves can kill you and steal your packages. Yeah, but probably not at 4:30 in the morning when you're like 10, 15 levels higher than them or whatever. I mean, not really. Not on this game with this low pop. It probably happens, but they probably have to build like a 5-man gang squad to actually stop your horse in time or be ready for you. So yeah, they probably look at caravan pipelines, but I think a lot of these people are focused on leveling right now. The game's only been out for a week. I don't think caravans are something that I want to focus on, but they're forcing me to. It's kind of annoying. But I mean, the system's cool. The system is cool. I like the system's really cool. What he's saying is I can just like pick up a piece of crap supply quest thing, and I can just autopilot to the next town, and I can make AFK money that way, and they can gank you and stop that, and they can make, and if they kill you while they're doing it, they can just turn in the loot. And they probably get double the amount, or they just get money right off you the minute they kill you. So people are looking for the pipelines, and there's guilds out there looking for that, and there is guilds like here named like it burns when I PvP and stuff like that. But I don't think these boys are ganking right now. I think they're leveling and building houses and stuff. I think it's a good time to do stuff like Caravan, actually, and we'll go maybe do an experiment with it, because I think they're going to force me to. So let's go see. I can't see the compass with how his face currently is. It doesn't need to be this big, but I am enjoying how big the screen is.
Every town he'll go to, he was sleeping around. He was finding some girl down there, Hispanic girl or whatever.
Yep. Another problem with workplaces is you meet girls there. It's actually like I would say workplace is really the best place to meet the opposite gender. It's a really gender neutral place where you can get to know somebody pretty fucking well and even fall in love and stuff. I think workplaces are a really good place for romance. But then what? That's the problem. But then what? And this is where the sexual harassment stuff starts to come in. If you break up and then you're suddenly like doing like revenge porn stuff and like telling the boss that you know that she's a whore or whatever, like that shit sucks. And then he's like, oh really? I was looking to to fucking promote her. She's been here for 8 years, but she's a whore, huh? She slept with your best friend? And he's like, yeah man, you know him, it's Mickey from down the fucking hallway or whatever. She slept with Mickey. And he's like, damn, you slept with Mickey? Well, I'm gonna fuck Mickey and I'm gonna fuck her. And trust me, this stuff matters. That he said, she said shit in the fucking workplaces, especially if you stay there for years, can be devastating. And there needs to be some law about it now, where people can just keep their mind on their own business, and they can't socially fuck people for wanting to just be quiet. But they socially fuck people if they don't act all super into it and don't go hang out with the crew after work and all this other stuff, and they act like that's problematic, and it is, but it's but you can't hold it against the person. It should be against the law. It should be a form of discrimination, sort of, in my opinion. There's a leftist liberal pushing some woke thing about, no, you can't have disagreements at work anymore. We're all just here to clock in and make our dollar. But I mean, in this economy, being a silly goose and getting somebody fired because their Facebook sucks or whatever is unacceptable. That man needs this job.
And sleep with them at that location.
Yup.
And
like at the location, yeah, like
he will pay them,
like pay them,
like
yeah.
money,
like if you're working construction, and you like the office girl, and she's only making like $20 an hour, but you're making fucking 50. You can work for, what is that? For 50, if you're making $50 an hour, you can work for like 2 days or something like that, and then you can be like, yo, Saturday night, yo, I'll pay you $1,000 to sleep with me after the bar. And she's like, what? And he's like, yo, I'll pay you $1,000 to sleep with me after the bar. To him, that's not that much. That's like 2 days of work. And he's been thinking about her forever. And she's like, $1,000? That's like 1/28 of what I make or something like that. And she's like, yes. She's gonna say yes. A lot of them are gonna say yes. They're gonna be like, oh my god, that is like a month's rent or whatever. Yeah.
He's making money, and there's a lot of people that's doing that.
Yeah, they try to buy each other. Like, there was an element of this in the drug dealer scene where everybody tries to buy each other. Every woman that I met in the drug dealer scene, I asked her if she would sleep with me for money. It was just crazy. A couple of them said yes. They're like, I was just like, yeah, like, what else is on the table? And they're like, what? I'm like, is there anything else on the table? And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, I'm just trying to politely ask if there's anything else on the table. And they're like, what? And it's not because I want to proposition them. It's because I'm wondering who I'm working with.
Mess around on their wives and stuff.
Yeah,
mess around on their
that
girlfriends,
shit,
their
fuck
spouses
that
and
shit.
stuff. Because you're in the oil field, you gone for
Yeah,
2
gone for
weeks
a
at
long
a time,
time.
sometimes 3 weeks, depending on your schedule.
Yeah.
And he did that. He said, hey, this is between, I know that you new to our group, and this is what he told me. Straight up came to my face and told me. He said, I know you're new to our group, but this is me. He said, I'm married, but I have girlfriends in different cities.
And I need you to lie.
All I did was say, hey,
Your
That's not
business.
me.
I don't give a flying fuck. Yep.
I don't want to be a part of that. Whatever.
No, you do
that's on
you. I'm gonna do me.
So that was a threat to him.
Yep.
When I said that, it was a threat to him because he thought that I was an informant or somebody that would snitch on him, and he was expecting me to say, "Oh man, I'm 100% with you. Don't worry, you ain't got nothing to worry about. I won't say nothing." Or "Hey man, I understand." Or "Hey, you could do it. I won't tell." He was expecting me to say those words, but I didn't. All I said is, "I ain't got nothing to do with me."
I ain't got nothing to do with me. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I've done this before too. I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, I like did this to a friend of mine. I was like, I don't want to know. Don't ever bring this shit around me. I don't want to know. This is not. Yeah.
After my 3 weeks or my 2 weeks on. So he said, okay. He said, all right, man. I'm just saying, man. I hope that you don't say nothing. I said, man, I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be a part of it. And so that even made it even worse. So he had to figure out a way to get rid of me. And he did. He got rid of me. And I was one of the best workers. Actually, I was one of the top 3. Even the boss said, oh, he's a good worker. You got to keep him on your squad. But he figured out a way how to get rid of me. He was complaining.
They fixed Google. They fixed picture-in-picture. That was like my worst problem that I currently have is the picture-in-picture thing. They fixed it today. They fixed it. It's like over. It's gone.
Rid of me.
I can't literally. I cannot get this mouse to go over this window. Their coding was so bad, and I was like, "Why won't you change it? You're so stupid." Now I want subtitles on this. Can I get subtitles on this? Yeah. Can I get like if I turn on subtitles for this and I do the picture-in-picture? How do I get picture-in-picture subtitles?
He blamed it on me.
Can I get that? Can I get picture-in-picture subtitles? Google picture-in-picture subtitles. Super PIP, a picture-in-picture with playback controls. Watch it with picture-in-picture mode. Floating window shows up on top of other windows with playback controls and subtitles. Yeah, but I don't know. Is it like how new is this old app? I think this is older, and I think this current one that I'm using, that's just the stock one, is the superior code. Maybe, I don't know.
He said, "Well, the new guy, we trained him up as much as we can. We showed him the ropes, and he's just not getting it." And technically speaking, I was getting it, because one of the coworkers there was giving me like kudos, like, "Hey man, you good? I'm glad you're part of our team." And I'm like, "Thank you." And so he said, man, he's probably was thinking in his head, the supervisor's like, man, he's going to tell on me, or he's going to try to see my wife and tell on me and snitch to my wife. And this is crazy. His brother-in-law worked with him. If my brother-in-law was messing around.
So they're having me do the raft system now. And they're going to have me go to this port town way the fuck north. Do you see it? This game's so good. It's so good. It's like genuinely good. It is a 4X. I think I would call this game a 4X, I think. MMO 4X kind of. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I planted seeds. Do I have to worry about them or whatever? Yeah, where's that at? Yeah, mount up. So, I planted and rented, but, I mean, did something happen here? Oh, E, choices, okay. So, altitude 480, size, temperature, water sources, soil protect, extend the lease term, 5 days. I don't understand the gardening. Did I just get the stuff afterwards or whatever. I don't know. Oh no, here's my garden. I see. Corn, low quality, watering. Remaining 2 hours and 27 minutes. 2.5 hours. Okay.
With my sister, I'm cutting that off. Job or no job, if I'm the assistant manager and you got me in that position, dude, that's personal. I'm cutting you off, and I'm gonna say, hey, you can't be doing this to my sister. This is my sister. You gotta stop it now. If you don't tell her, I will tell her, and then y'all get a divorce because I'm protecting my sister, my big sister or my little sister. He didn't say that. He was just about the money. And then, this is funny, he was engaged with his sister. He was engaged with his sister, and he was messing around. I'm like, one big happy family. I say, I'm glad I stayed out of that. So he found a way to get rid of me. He kept pointing the downfall of their production at me, even though the other co-workers...
Look, I can even go to the dock where they want me to go.
Job, which the supervisor was not doing a good job. He was just not meeting the production levels, but he blamed me. And so he came up to me and he told me this before he was getting ready to get rid of me. I think I stayed at that oil field job for about... I was hauling water. I stayed at the oil field job for about 2 more days before he actually terminated me. He said, hey, man, production is low, man. You got to step up to the plate. And I'm looking at myself like, okay, I'll step up to the plate, even though I already did as much as I can, and the other workers saw it. I didn't argue. I didn't question him. I just said, okay, I'll step up to the plate. So that made it even a bigger threat to him, because now I'm accepting his hatred towards me. And so I even did even more. I was sitting there gasping. I was working, pushing, coming back, hauling water quick as possible, doing my numbers. And then 2 days later, he said, man, I told you, man, step up. You're not stepping up. And he said, I think they're going to let you go. I think they're going to let you go. And then I was like, okay. All right, cool. I'm doing the best I can, but okay, if they want to let me go, that's fine. I got a CDL. I can always do something else. I didn't tell him that, but I was like, okay, I respect that, but I'm doing the best I can. So I defended myself. And then I think like that next day, he said, man, I tried to save you as much as I can. I talked to corporate. I plead. I begged. And I'm like, you didn't beg. That's what I was thinking in my head. Like, you didn't beg, man. You wanted to let me go is because that I wasn't a part of your
bullshit.
Your cheating
Your
scheme
bullshit
of sleeping with other women in different cities that we go to do.
And it should be illegal to do this to somebody.
I wasn't a part of that. That's what I
like
was thinking.
Socially pressure them into losing their job because you won't go along with something, or you won't show up to the meetings after work or whatever. It's like, it should be illegal. You guys like kind of put too much pressure on just somebody who's just trying to make a paycheck. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, so you let me go on purpose because the other people kept your secret. I didn't care about your secret. And so he said, man, I'll see what I could do, man. He said, let's just keep working. So me, in my mind, I'm thinking like, why should I keep working when I know I'm going to get fired?
Yep.
And what I did was I went back out there, did my work like I wanted to. I mean, not my wanted to, but I create even above my numbers. And they said, man, hey, rumor is, and either other workers that I don't talk to came to me and said, hey, rumor is that they're going to try to get rid of you, man. And one of the guys said, man, I'm pissed. They shouldn't get rid of you. And the brother-in-law said, I'm upset. They shouldn't get rid of you. And they said, what did you do? Did you do anything wrong? Did you say anything? And I said this to them. I said, no, I'm just working and going back to my hotel after my job. I'm doing my job. I'm not doing nothing else. And they said, man, it's something. Did you piss them off? Did you say something to the supervisor wrong? I said, no, I didn't. And so they was trying to figure out what I did to cause myself to get terminated. and I just didn't want to be a part of it. I could have said he told me to keep a secret. I could have exposed that. I could have said he told me that, you know, he's sleeping around with your sister-in-law and he wanted me to keep it a secret, or he wanted to let me know. And I could have said all that, but I just said no. I'm doing my best. I'm just working. And next thing you know, they got rid of me. They got rid of me. They sent me, brought me back to my state. They got rid of me. And then this is the crazy part. Like a month later, I ran into one of the workers back in my town, my city. And I said, hey, man, how you doing? And he said, good, man. He said, bro, I need to talk to you. I was like, what? He said, man, everybody was upset that they got rid of you. Our production level dropped, dude. It dropped like 20% after you got fired. And I was like, well, I'm sorry, man. I did the best I could. I didn't want to get involved. And he just insisted on telling me. He said, oh, you know the supervisor? Yeah. Man, dude, they brought in another person, and that person met the wife and told him that, hey, your husband is sleeping around. And they got into a fight, dude. They got into a fist-on fight because he told them, hey, not to tell that I'm sleeping around. And he said, nah, man, I ain't that type of person. I'm not that type of person, man. If you mess around with your wife, if I see her, I'm going to say, hey, if she asks or looks suspicious, I'm going to tell her. I'm not going to hold nothing. And so he said that it was a big fight. And I was like, oh, man, that's crazy. And then the guy that told his wife got let go, and they kept the guy that was still cheating on his wife as the supervisor. I was like, man, that's shady, man. And he said, man, what are you doing now? I didn't want to tell him. I just said, oh, I'm still, working in the oil field, a better oil field company that's treating me with respect. I'm getting all the hours I want. And he said, oh, that's good. Well, congratulations, man. I'm glad you doing that. And they said, man, I'm still there too, man. I'm about to look for something else, man. Is your place hiring? And I don't want to get involved. I said, you can apply. I don't know if they're hiring, but you can apply for it. And so I gave him the information to apply for it so he can help himself. But that's one thing that I wanted to share with you guys of how that I'm getting ready to go do a quote for my business. So that's one thing I just wanted to share with you guys of how the system works and how that people, even if you just do your work and you go home, people either think you're an informant, a snitch, or a part of the secret up in the upper management that just snuck his way into a regular position to see if he can get somebody, an investigator, or a person that's just a loudmouth troublemaker. They put you in those categories. They never ever put you in the category of just a normal worker that's here to collect the check and go home and be with their family. They don't put you in that category. At the jobs that I work, that category don't exist. They'll put you in some kind of category. And so they put me in a category with the goody two-shoes category, that I'm the teacher's pet or I'm the supervisor's pet, and that I'm trying to go up the career ladder, or I'm trying to take their spot. That's what category they put me in when I was just working my job and going home. I kept to myself. They don't like a person keeping to themselves because they're going to try to trigger something. They're going to try to find out your weakness, and they're going to try to use it against you to make you pop, to make you get on their level. And that's how Satan works, guys. He working really hard in this world to do that to you, to manipulate you at your job site, wherever you at. But I didn't back down. No. I ended up getting fired by not joining their little clique. And me getting fired, I prayed about it. It kind of hurted me too inside. It hurted me when I got home. At the time I wasn't married then. It hurted me, and I told my sister about it, my family about it, and my family's like, "It's a good job." It was a good job. I was getting so much money at that job. I was in an oil field. I was killing it, but unfortunately, they had to let me go because that I wouldn't bow down. I wouldn't get into the categories that they wanted. But after that, I was blessed with a better job, a more paying job, all the overtime I want, all the hours that I wanted in the oil field, and I made twice as much. But the job that I did leave was really good because I only did 70 hours as a truck driver, oil field, hauling water, and I was getting, if I worked 50 hours or 60 hours, they still gave me 70 hours. That was as nice as that job that I was at that I got fired from. They were nice. If you did 50 hours, you still got 70. If you did 60 hours, you got 70. If you did 65, you still got 70. So it was a cool little thing that they promoted to their workers as a thank you for joining us, and yeah, thank you. We're gonna make you the most money as you can. Versus the job that I had after that, I was making several dollars more, and then
So
I had to,
one of the things that's kind of funny is I live about 5 miles from a very big. I don't want to say the name of the company because it kind of doxes me, but I live about 5 miles from like the biggest oil tanker port in the northwest seaboard for America. And all the time in the background, I'm aware that there's like a fucking $25 to $50 an hour job down there. But I don't have the people skills anymore to get along with bosses like this. This thing that he's talking about. If they piss me off, I just walk. It doesn't matter how good the job is. If they piss me off, I walk. My life's too short to deal with muggles pissing me off anymore. I full blown, I won't do it. I'll just walk out the room. I don't care what the fucking job is or anything like that. And this is something people know about me once they understand. Like, I'm not there for your bullshit. I don't care. I'm not tolerant of it, honestly. Got PTSD, and I'm just not there to fuck around like that. But all the time I think about that, I was like, okay, right now I'm living off of $7,000 a year, and there's no worries, there's no problems. I'm not going to get it cut off. I'm not going to lose it. I'm not going to do anything like that. But I could go try and survive in circles like this at the oil place or whatever, the oil tanker place, or even like out at the oil platform, drive truck or something like that, and get paid hella money. But like, even the smallest amount of talking to other people is really hard because they can see that I'm this ex-addict, that I'm not afraid of them, that I don't believe in their structure, that I'm sort of crazy, and that I don't value anything about the job, and that I'm not there to build a commitment or anything like this, and I don't do commitments like that with humans. And when they see this, it's really difficult to stay there. Just like what he's talking about. It's social, I don't know what you would call it. And if there's a boss, they and I need to be in simpatico at all times, which is something that I'm fairly good at. But the minute that there's something wrong and I'm right, and they're wrong, and they argue with me, it's over for them and me for there, right there. I don't really respond to other humans trying to act like they're superior to me, or that they've got more power than me, or that they've led more of a better life than me, or making more money than me, or anything like that, because none of that is true. Almost none of it. Almost none of it. Yeah, they've maybe made more money than me. That's it. That's like the only thing. They've only made more money than me. They've not led 500-man Australian guilds. They've not they've not been a drug dealer. They've not been a taxi driver. They've not been lead singer in a band for 8 years. They've not been a YouTube star. They've not been a Twitch star. They're just not, they're just not been these things. They've not been there. I wouldn't call it like a star, but I mean, people are subbing to me, like 15 subs, something like that. I would say that's not like you're a star. It's just that you do have a presence, And like, yeah, and it's weird. Like, these people, they live their little mundanity lives. They might have interesting lives, but they didn't live interesting lives and stuff. And so when you compare, you're like, I just don't think socially you could ever look down at me. I don't care if you care if I'm a methamphetamine, ex-heroin junkie. I don't care about that. I don't care what your judgment is about that. If you need to judge me about that, we're going to have problems, like, and that's the weird thing. And they see immediately, the boss is like, well, you seem pretty free about your past. And it's like, you'll just talk about it freely. And I've had bosses talk to me about this before. And I'm like, what? I did drugs when I was young, whatever. What the fuck do you care? It's not like a brag about this stuff. Ooh, I'm finally done with this. Yay. Nice. Oh, look, it gives you XP, too. I didn't know that. It gives you 24,000 gold. I'm going to take this every time it comes. I've been wondering where I keep getting all this money from. It's because I keep running the arena whenever it pops. Man, the arena is 50k gold. That's actually so good. But I don't want people to show up to it, so I'm not going to say that in the text chat. But yeah, like, their judgment is still, like, when you tell them, like, yeah, it was kind of hung out with strippers and smoked heroin and smoked meth for a while there. Ended up being a drug dealer and stuff. Do you really want to know what I did? Do you want to know who I do? Do you really want to know who I am? We don't need to talk about that, and that's the thing. So now it's like what I want, what he's asking for, is kind of a don't ask, don't tell workplace. It's kind of insane, like a don't ask, don't tell like kind of thing. It's insane, but not about gay things or anything like that. I'm not talking about that. Ooh, what is that? That's a black mamba. Can I hurt it? I don't know. I don't want the pig. Yeah, I can hurt it. He is going to fight me. He doesn't hurt very much. In time, this game could be so fucking good with just a little bit more time and money and effort and stuff. I really believe in this game. Listen to my Delulu fucking my copium Delulu about this game that only 100 people are even watching right now. Listen to my Delulu cope. I'm like, the game will get good. The game will get good. New World will get good. Rust will get good. Whoa, what the fuck was that? Oh, it was a bird? I was like, what the fuck? Why is there like a shadow above me? Like there's some kind of mob flying above me. But it's just like birds. Shadow of birds. So, if I capture the horse, does it matter? I don't think I brought lassos with me. I think I left them. Oh, I should pop the chests and make sure they're not upgrades. There's a blue helm. That is an upgrade. No, it's a... yeah, it is a robe helmet. Yeah, it's a robe helmet. Nice. Hey, upgrade from that, too. Black mamba skin. Not bad. Arena. A dough porridge. Saturates your workers by 10%. Sounds good. Dark Deathwatch helmet. It's a... Oh, yeah, that's the old helmet that I had. Ooh, a new ring that's 20 grade. Oh no, that's just a new ring. I didn't have it before. It had physical AP for some reason and magic attack. Magic attack. It has magic attack. Good. So, yep. Ooh, and an emerald earring. Cool. Looks like these quests are paying off. I haven't looked at my inventory in a while because I just don't give a flying fuck. Yeah. So I'm sympathetic to this guy. I am. Like, it sucks. There are little games that they play in the workplace. I've been there before. I've seen social stuff wreck workplaces before, actually. People will sleep with each other and fuck shit up or whatever. It's kind of insane. I've seen social stuff wreck workplaces. I'm in this place now where there should be a don't ask, don't tell thing. Not like how the gay in the military thing was. I'm talking about, like, if you're at work and you are showing up every day and doing your job and you've not, been late or fucking around or being lazy or anything like that, then nothing should be expected more of you. Nothing more. No sociality, no nothing, just the job. Jobs can only be what they are on the job title or whatever, nothing more, You shouldn't have to cover for some dude if he wants to cheat. You shouldn't have to, be a part of the group. You shouldn't have to go drink with them afterwards if you don't want to be an alcoholic, etc. All that stuff. It shouldn't be a requirement. Game saved. All my Android AI is talking to me in my dreams, my Android sheep dreams.
The option to come home every day, and sometimes I work like 2 or 3 days not coming home, which is fine by me because I was doing so much overtime. I doubled the money that I made from that job, but that job that I had was just more comfortable. And sometimes God will move you to a better position. And
sometimes.
Stuff, and that's what happened.
Sometimes.
And this is the funny thing. 2 of those workers
God don't make no mistakes
with me end up coming to the job that I was at, and I end up being the lead man over those 2 workers that came to work with me. And that's funny. And they was above me. Now I'm above them. But they saw me. They saw me as a person that's just here to make a check and go home. Even when they came to my new job, they saw me as a person just to make a check and go home. And they said, oh, he's one of the real ones. He's one of the real deals that's just there to go work and make money and spend time with his family. We ain't gonna mess with him. But they were, when they end up working there, one of them was he talk. You could tell him one story and it could get back to somebody totally different, and that's how he was. But the other one, he was the actual wanting to go up the career ladder. He's like, man, I'm gonna try to be a supervisor. He was saying he was gonna try, man, I'm gonna try to get there. You in the lead position, I'm gonna try to get that in X amount of days. So you had those two categories of people. I didn't fit into none of those categories. And some of us is out here that are workers that don't even fit in none of those categories. They have here to get a check and go home. But they get put in a category. And so if you those kind of people that get put in a category, I'm so sorry that you're going through that. And I pray that God will reveal to you a side hustle or something to make you extra money, or actually something that can start your business.
Thank you so much for the extra content for my stream, but I can sub to your channel. I like that guy. Private parts. Oh no.
In copyright law, that is his job. Welcome to the Finding Out timeline, bud.
Oh no, the Finding Out timeline.
Hello, Future Lolcow here. Full timeline breakdown. I started making idle streaming bananas.
Future Lolcow.
As of roughly a year ago. I wanted to make an idle/clicker game.
The fuck are you talking about?
I also decided on a theme, a lo-fi room where you could edit the room. I got drunk one night, was watching the infamous cookie debacle. I started making an animated short. I put a character from that short in my game, decided to switch it up. I pissed myself laughing.
You have a game? Oh no.
Forward. Started posting on Reddit. People matter are that a build of your game contains content which is not yours.
Lawyers, but it could be resolved quickly.
I don't relate. I'm terribly sorry. I just don't relate.
Hello, guys and gals, me, Mudahar, and, ladies and gentlemen, EA Games, challenge everything. That was a slogan I remember back in, every PlayStation 2 game that I was kind of digging into. And for a while, I will just say it like so. When I was making the Ubisoft video, there's always one game people remember from some of these big monolith publishers. And, nowadays it's kind of easy to rag on them because of literally them straight up not liking gamers in a lot of cases.
Yeah, they don't
The other
treat
day I
us
was
well.
reading
Fuck
some
these
insane
developers.
shit about Dragon Age. Apparently EA thought that the Dragon Age Veilguard dog poo that they released would have done better if somehow it was a live service game. So according to an earnings call, right, where they were talking about why they didn't do so fucking well, Q3 was not the financial performance we wanted or expected. We know as a leader in global entertainment, great titles, even when built and delivered with polished execution, can sometimes miss our financial expectations. Maybe it's because you have your expectations like that of Square Enix, where it's like, yeah, if we're not making billions, I guess, or something, I guess that IP is just a failure. Yeah, Sleeping Dogs? Wait, you tell me that doesn't sell as much as Final Fantasy? Oh man, we gotta accent Deus Ex isn't as popular as Final Fantasy? Clearly it's an irrelevant franchise. Just throw it out into the mix. Never make it again. God damn, do I hate AAA gaming sometimes. In order to break beyond the core audience, games need to directly connect to the evolving demands of players who increasingly seek shared world features.
I know, me too. That's why I'm playing this game.
High-quality narratives in this beloved category. So
This game sucks compared to WoW or whatever. It's still better than AAA as WoW.
That equates to live service experiences. Now, I want to just begin by saying
Actually, I don't think this game sucks compared to
I'm not
WoW.
a live service hater or anything like that. I play games that are actually popular live services. For crying out loud, I played Rainbow Six Siege for years. I mean, not as much these days, but I played it pretty actively. I would say 2018, 2019. I was a Rainbow Six Siege gamer for a while. And of course, when it comes to live services, obviously Grand Theft Auto Online is significantly popular. It is a live service MMO. But again, EA Games through BioWare, which by the way now is effectively at its grave. We're talking about apparently less than 100 employees work at this company, and it's like an actual former shell of itself. Apparently Mass Effect 5 I think is just touching things like pre-production or getting into action. I don't even think that game is going to see the light of day. I would be shocked if it does. But BioWare's only duty was not Dragon Age. Obviously, if you remember, Anthem came out, a massive live service experience, by the way. And I'm sure if we asked EA's intelligent business Harvard graduates
a wind direction?
How successful this fucking game is, they tell you, oh man, it's got, you know, all of 20 fucking people still on it, all right? Yeah, this live service experience didn't really do like didn't do gangbusters, did it, you know? It doesn't have millions of active live players. I was expecting with all of this live service intelligence thrown into it, probably should be sitting at 2 billion active players every single hour. But, you know, unfortunately, I guess some intellectual missed the mark over there. Now, Anthem is not like a terrible game. It's a game that has some real actual like effort put into it. Like I can actually see like why some people would really enjoy it. The shame is it's a game designed to, again, be more for the live service community where you log in every day, you get your dailies, you do everything. It almost feels like there's so much mobile game involvement, so much thought processes put into people constantly doing the same content over and over again just to grind for better and better riches, right? I guess if you played any mobile game, it's kind of like, you know, I grind so I can get 5 pieces of shit, and I can fuse those together to get a lump of shit, and then I can use the lump of shit to generate slightly better gear. And I keep doing that over and over and over again like a fucking lab rat until eventually I have the highest possible gear score, and then that's it. That's gaming for me. Now, obviously, I don't think most gamers are really looking too forward to that, especially those that buy $60 single player or like, you know, community experiences. Now, Dragon Age, I talked about this in the Ubisoft video, it's funny as hell when you play this game, because even the gameplay, like forget about all the politics and everything around it. The gameplay is fucking boring, okay? As somebody that's played through a majority of that game, I'll tell you right now, the first like let's say first 15 hours of the game, right? Which are probably the most pivotal, important sections. If the combat, just the combat isn't exciting, okay? What makes you think people are going to stick around? And you might be like, but Buddha, it gets better, you know, by the time you reach level 20, level 25, when you've gotten through your skill trees. Bro, getting to level 20, 25 is where you need to spend 15 hours of your life into. Dog, if the first 15 hours aren't fun, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to go all the way to level 20, 25. You get what I'm saying? This is not Final Fantasy 13, where it's like, Moody, you just have to get to like chapter 13 before things finally get good. Bro, chapter 13's the end of the fucking game. Okay? It's the end. What do you mean it gets good? What, the credits roll and I can finally uninstall this? Oh yeah, the game's amazing then. Absolutely perfect. Wow, 10 out of 10. Finally, I reached the end. Let me uninstall this pile of shit. That's the reality of it, okay? If your game isn't engaging or fun, and again, this is my opinion, it's subjective, yeah, people are going to obviously be a little bit questionable about it. So yeah, when I saw this live service thing, I was sitting down and I'm like, dude, again, it's like the most out-of-touch executives working at these companies who literally cannot understand these games fail because they're, again, not even close to an actual expansion over games like Dragon Age Inquisition, which was like a PS4 launch title, a PS3 title. We are not even producing games that are taking real advantage of the PS5. We are producing games that really feel like hampered, neutered, live service co-op games that now have these stories attached to it that just feel like they're PS4 games with slightly higher resolutions and maybe some ray tracing haphazardly thrown in.
Yeah.
These are not PS5 games. These are not actual improvements, right? You think when you play a game a decade down the road, there would be something pretty massive, something pretty changing. But there isn't. And that's one of the problems that I think people have when it comes to these video games. The teams involved have shifted and changed so much throughout the years that Dragon Age might as well be titled as something different, because even the original Dragon Age team doesn't seem to give that much of a shit about this new Dragon Age stuff that comes out. But even beyond all of it, like, the other thing that I saw coming out that made me laugh my ass off was this Sims Legacy Collection, okay? Now, I'm somebody that's a fan of The Sims, and the moment you start seeing mixed on Steam, you go,
Mixed.
oh boy.
What's going on here?
And unfortunately, it seems like The Sims 2 actually has some performance issues. Now, how the fuck does a game that was released in 2004 have performance issues in the year 2025? Well, according to a few of the reviews for this, it really led to a lot of issues that came with this Legacy Collection. Now, they released these games again. These are old PC games, 04. Apparently, there is no UI scaling at resolutions of 1080p.
Beautiful.
So, mind you, modern resolutions like 4K monitors, 1440p monitor, 1080p monitors, if you're not even scaling to do that, should people spend, by the way, $40 on this? When I'm not advocating piracy, but if you have like older discs existing, I'm sure you can find fan patches that work better than the official shit.
We paid them enough money.
So apparently there is even worse for the pre-rendered neighborhood view, which seems to be presented as a small, low-res window in the center that they couldn't even they couldn't even think of throwing that shit into like an AI upscaler and then putting it into the game. No, that would require effort at EA. That would apparently require them giving a shit. Crashes at launch and after assorted durations of play times. I mean, that's just par for the course. I mean, shit, you're trying to what? Play a PC game in 2025? Gonna have to deal with lack of modernizations, QoL fixes, or even basic shit like Steam cloud saves. Bro, you know how many fucking dudes would play this shit on their computer and then be like, well, time to go to bed. Let's bring sim. You don't even have cloud saves? In 2025? How much could it have been? How much effort could that have been? Retention of known bugs from the original release. I mean, that's just hilarious. Like, not even fixing any of the issues from the original games. You know, you can tell the game company doesn't give a shit just by reading the system requirements. You're telling me a game released in 2004, The Sims 2, by the way, requires 4 gigs of RAM? Yo, a lot of people are using 32-bit Windows at the time. They couldn't even, the computers back then didn't even know 4 gigabytes of RAM existed. Shit was like Plato's allegory of the fucking cave. The computers all were sitting in blindness. One motherfucker updated to 64-bit, went back in and they were like, nope, this doesn't exist. That, what? And then you look at the graphics for this too, like the graphics requirements. NVIDIA GTX 600. Nothing says I gave a fuck about optimization than requiring a graphics card from 2012 for a game literally released in 2004, okay? That is actually wild. I'm sure the way that these things are done is somebody at EA or any game publishing firm goes into like the tech closet somewhere in the site, digs out the dustiest, oldest fucking computer from like the Clinton administration, sticks that shit down onto a desk, fires it up, thing explodes like a dust-ridden IED, and as long as they can see the splash screen, whoa, congratulations, throw that shit up on Steam, boys. What is the minimum requirement? Windows 10? In what universe does Sims 2 require Windows 10? Shit could run on XP. You might as well just give actual requirements, because I'm pretty sure this game is just a slightly patched, and I say slightly patched version of the original binaries. 17 gigs available space? What the hell did you stick on here? A whole bunch of Sims Rule 34 on the drive that's inaccessible? I doubt the game is even close to half that space requirement. But I'm being a little too wild, okay? Obviously, I'm trying to expect EA to put effort into a game, and they won't. They don't really care. Like, obviously, there's, like, shining examples where games like Mass Effect Legendary Edition actually do have some effort put into it, and they release a pretty solid release right there. But The Sims? Nah. I mean, to be fair, the Sims community, or at least most of the community, is so technically literate when it comes to this game that for them, this is, like, already amazing. For anybody that has actually played some PC games, I mean, obviously you would look at all these issues as serious actual issues involved. So again, going in further into this situation too, one of the other things that I saw with EA that had me a little blown away was Apex Legends. Now, for those of you who don't remember, Apex Legends abandoned Linux like 3 months ago. Apparently, Linux had a cheating issue, right? You couldn't really monitor a lot of the cheaters that well. And obviously, Apex Legends decided to go from, 91,000, and this isn't Linux people leaving. Like, there was no way there were 20,000 Linux users playing Apex Legends on Steam. But in amongst other issues, actual cheating issues, which have remained unresolved from everything that I've been reading with their updates, yeah, that's what's causing your game to effectively dry out. And again, I wanted to bring this up because usually anytime you deal with like these Windows cocksuckers who are always like, I'm glad those Linux cheaters left. Bro, I'm sorry to say, most of the cheaters are playing Windows, okay? The cheaters don't even want to waste time switching to the Penguin, all right? That's just a cope fest from these companies to remove an established player base, people who spend money to play these games and have spent money to play these games from their systems because they're too fucking lazy or they just do not care to support the most basic anti-cheats that already have a lot of the work done for them. But this is a argument that I have with I'm literally shadowboxing. Like, I can't win this argument, okay? It is what it is. But again, the last thing that I wanted to see with Battlefield, this one blew me away. So one of the last, I think, Hail Marys that EA kind of has, and I say Hail Mary, it's not as if they have like all these sports games that like print money for them. Yeah, apparently Battlefield Labs is now a thing, ladies and gentlemen.
Battlefield
and apparently
Labs.
they've got 4 studios around the entire globe that are basically working together to make Battlefield games. Now, EA's big franchise for me is Battlefield. It's a game that I've been playing since I was literally, before puberty actually. I played Battlefield 2, I played Battlefield 1942. I've been playing, the only Battlefield game I probably didn't play, and that's because my integrated graphics couldn't run it at the time, was Battlefield 2142. But rest assured, Battlefield 3 was the game that made me want to actually build a gaming computer. So I could play that game on an actual PC, as opposed to the 360 that literally felt like a neutered experience. And of course, Battlefield 4 remains one of my favorite games ever fucking made, shooter-wise. And in fact, it was such a good game by EA, so much care put into it that like, not only you had perfect progression without making the game feel like a microtransaction-ridden shithole, but you also had a lot of thought put into the maps. I mean, to this day, I don't think there is a map as good as Siege of Shanghai from Battlefield 4 in anything that they've released since then. And that was a game that had things like Levolution in every map, where in Battlefield like 4, you could, in Siege of Shanghai, you could see the actual central tower destroy in front of you. And you might be like, well, that's just a pre-baked animation. I didn't care. It looked good. It changed the map, made everything dusty, made it feel like I was in a battlefield. And you know the funniest thing is, that ran on a PlayStation 3, and it only got better. You know, DICE EA actually put a game together that people could be proud of. And yes, it did have issues at launch, like matchmaking wasn't exactly perfect, but overall, I would say, very, very fun experience. And since then, Battlefield is a franchise that I believe is a little bit too much more casualized. It's one that has kind of lost, I would say, the original. It's kind of like Halo, where maybe it's like tuned itself into a way to appeal to like the masses, completely forgetting the gameplay loops that it built initially. So yeah, Battlefield 2042 was the last one that came out. I kind of enjoyed it at the time when it released, when I played with like Hugbees. But then I remembered I played that game at launch with friends, okay? And to be honest, getting tortured in Pyongyang while eating pig shit off the street is actually fun, as long as you're obviously with friends. Now, since then, I've been playing Battlefield 2042 pretty recently, some Battlefield 4, even Battlefield 3. Heck, might even install Battlefield 2 and play some online on some private, community servers.
Battlefield 2.
And I'll have a great experience, at least there. Playing a game like Battlefield 2042 shows me just how much they have not expanded this game. The maps, again, just do not have that same level of fun as maps like Lanxing Dam from Battlefield 4, Siege of Shanghai, obviously, and of course, one of my favorites, Flood Zone. These are all maps that existed in prior Battlefield games that actually appear to have care and effort put into them. And obviously, Battlefield 2042 doesn't really seem to have that level of care put into it, and the progression really isn't all the way there. This really feels like, again, a game franchise that's going back in time. So anyways, Battlefield Labs comes out, and I feel like it's the last Hail Mary for this franchise, where like they're apparently trying to release a new Battlefield game sometime in 2026 that's going to blow people away. And there is some new footage that's come out, and this footage has gotten at least some gamers a little riled up. So there have been 12 seconds of footage released for this game, and I want to show you guys what I think is really important. So obviously I want to point out this is pre-alpha gameplay. Gameplay subject to change. Now, typically when I'm at the pre-alpha stage, I'm sure it's going to be very subject to change. All right. So let's look at what they've got in the. Let's see what the labs are cooking here. Let's see what's going on in those test tubes and beakers. Oh, they got the Battlefield 3 theme. Soldiers running around with guns. Oh boy, building destruction. Woo, baby, rocket launchers. Whoa. Now you can sign up for this, and I've tried doing it, but apparently the queue is like 200,000 players large. So obviously, people are excited. There's a bit of excitement from gamers. And again, to be completely real, I would reserve any form of excitement for myself. Remember, this is like early access gameplay. The fact that, you know, guns being shot, players running around, and destructibility that, again, the Battlefield franchise is not new to. This has been happening since Bad Company 2 on the Xbox 360 is enough to excite people again. Like, just the prospect of EA, DICE, and a lot of these organizations that work at EA just basically saying, yeah, we're going to go back to Battlefield 3. We're going to go back to Battlefield 4. Just shows you, all right, what the gamers actually crave, what they want. But, you know, ultimately, at the end of the day, for a company like EA, it's going to actually be ruined. And again, quote me on this when this game releases. This game probably will be ruined because they're going to have this insane focus on the live service, the hyper focus on like monetization. Let me tell you why a lot of these big shooters fail as soon as they come out of these live service experiences. Usually, and again, I'm going to bring Halo Infinite as an example. When you release a live service shooter, typically these companies release games as like minimal viable product or early access or, you know, products that are functioning games, but they don't have all their content from day one. So back in the day when games like Battlefield 3 or Halo Reach came out, these were full released games. They came with their campaigns, they came with their multiplayers. Occasionally they would come with some sort of like PvE. In Halo's case, it would have like Forge World, they would have like custom games, they would have the entire suite ready to go. And that meant players actually got a functioning, full, complete experience for $60 on launch. And then typically after a month or two, map packs would start to be released for, again, paid services, you know, $10, $15, $20 packs that people would buy and add on. Now, in this case of live service, I'm totally cool when game companies release map packs for free. So nobody's sort of like segregated in these communities. And obviously the way they subsidize it is by releasing cat ears or goofy microtransactions that whales end up buying, who subsidize the cost of DLC for the general player base. So everyone plays together, everyone stays together, and the company still makes good money by selling bacon-themed gun skins, okay? Because people will buy that shit. I bought gun skins because I enjoy games, especially if the game developer and publisher treats me right. But the problem with games like Battlefield and the games like Halo nowadays, or I would even say as far as Call of Duty eventually at some point too, when you release these games as minimal viable product, meaning that they have a very, very minimal multiplayer suite with not as many maps as one would like, I would say these games release probably at the state of 50% of their overall content than games that released a decade ago, like Battlefield 4. And you can play them and play them and play them, and typically the release drip for content is so long and so far off that the player base usually tapers off well before they're releasing their first seasons, and then content and content on top of that. The only real successful shooter that I've actually played that matches this model well, I would say, is probably Rainbow Six Siege. The first 2-3 years of that game, they were releasing DLC, like expansion content every season, and of course, people kept getting engaged. They released a full game day one, a full multiplayer experience, and they just kept adding from there. And I don't think Battlefield is going to be able to recreate that unless the companies at EA, the labs, actually understand that, and they understand the respect of the consumer and the respect of the consumer's time right there. If this game releases in a similar state to Battlefield 2042 as a minimal viable product, with people clamoring for content for quite a long time before it actually gets delivered, it will die. And again, I'm not Nostradamus for thinking so, okay? I'm just somebody that has been in this gaming space for a long time, my whole life. And I can tell you the actual issues that exist there. And I can tell you from somebody that spends their own money playing video games and knows what a good video game is, what the actual issues are in this field. But yeah, EA, I would say if you're thinking of pre-ordering this whenever it comes out, don't. Just don't pre-order anything. Ensure that these games actually release as fully shipped products, and don't be supporting any form of mediocrity in the gaming space. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like it, I am out. Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and Sony needs to kind of humble themselves a little bit. So, to give you an idea, ladies and gentlemen, what the catalyst for today's video is...
Bloodborne mods, huh? me go back to the main. I forced myself. Let's see what this guy has to say about Quinfall. Punks for Trump, the conservative punk problem. Make punk great again. Punks for Trump. That one looks good. Sure. Cal does life. Okay. And then Quinfall. Civ 7 is a mess. Potato McWhiskey. Is Elon Musk staging a coup? Why university graduates like me end up working in a warehouse? Quinfall when did I do this enough? I want to see what else is here. Punks for Trump. Quinfall and okay. So we'll do Punks for Trump. Go.
I always find it really interesting reading the discourse online surrounding politics within subcultures. Specifically, the punk subculture seems to have this never-ending debate over the validity of right-wing punks. You know, Trump punks, punks for Trump. Why
can't I make you bigger?
I'm ready to cover Quinfall.
No, wait, go back. No, I lost my list. No. Oh, wait, there's my list. There's my list. Load. We're gonna do Punks for Trump first.
I always find it really
Thank you, Cal Does Life.
interesting
Thank you, Cal Does Life. I've liked and subbed your channel.
In the discourse online surrounding politics within subcultures. Specifically, the punk subculture seems to have this never-ending debate over the validity of right-wing punks. You know, Trump punks, punks for Trump. And will proudly wear their Trump beanie while saying, yes, I am so punk. It really does feel like they will argue to the end of time that punk and Trump is a match made in heaven, which is interesting. I always find it like astounding that punks will come online confidently on TikTok and make posts about being Republican and punk as this huge like got your moment, like they've just done something shocking and groundbreaking, loudly proclaiming, I am punk, I am Republican, we exist. But for anyone with like a base level knowledge on punk history, knows this
punk
is
not
a gotcha
Republican
moment at all. It is actually hilarious.
It is. It's hilarious.
Self-proclaimed punk Republican.
Punk is not right wing. Punk is not right wing. Punk is anarcho, fucking grassroots, Green Party, leftist. Ralph Nader, food not bombs, democracy now. That's what punk has always been. Nazi punks, fuck off. Violence is unacceptable, but it sometimes just happens in the mosh pits, but it shouldn't happen anywhere else. Oppression and suppression is wrong. Establishmentarianism, like what Trump gets up to with his like corporate buddies like Elon and all this, that's bad. If you... Ooh, fuck that. That's too loud. I gotta fix that. That's a little bit loud on the register there. Wow, the sound's really... I guess that's notifications. Yeah, it must be. So let's bump all of this to 10, I guess. No, the sound volume is good at like 2. Maybe I do need it at like 2. There's no master for this, which is so weird. Fucking weird. Try that. Yeah. Odd game, but I can still, you know, still enjoy it. Yeah, that was good. So just bomb out. That was still really fucking loud, and I'm on like 2 effects. Like number 2 effect. It's weird.
Presenting as is the most commercialized, surface level version of punk ever imaginable.
An old Christian that supports Trump, that's dressed up like a fucking Misfits freak, is such a weird hodgepodge of misunderstood idiot culture. Well, not idiot culture, but like culture construed by an idiot to be all the same thing. But no, punk has always been anarcho-leftist. Conservative? No. If you go look at SLC Punks, you're going to see his issues he has with his conservative father. Conservatives are what punk was set up to fight. And sure, people might try and change the definition, and there's enough room for conservative punks. But would I say that punk is conservative? No. There's enough room in punks, like metal music. There's enough room in metal for any kind of metalhead. And there's enough room in punk for any kind of punk. But except for Nazis and shit like that, and fascist punks. There's no such thing as a fascist punk, but I've heard of them. There's a movie about that where like some crazy Nazi fascist, there is Nazi fascist punks, but I don't know why. I guess punk is hating the government, or at least hating the establishment, which is not really a governmental line. But I think the majority of the punkers out there punk is what you say it is. I don't know. Punk does not have like some dictionary definition. It's kind of like metal. You can almost make metal out of sitar music if you wanted to. Metal has no real conformity, and neither does like ska, and neither does, or not ska, but dub. Not ska, but dub. Dub has no conformity. Punk has no conformity. It has a speed rhythm to it, and it is metal music, but it's not. I've heard a lot of different forms of punk rock music, and I would say punk to me is the music, but a lot of people would argue that it's actually the message, and I think it's kind of the music and the message. Does the music and the message have an inherently left or right message? Yeah, a little bit, because most of the time when you look at establishments, you're going to see suppression, militarism, like Zionism, capitalism, all these things that oppress the common man. And I don't know how that fits in with the conservative worldview, because I've never met an establishment person who wasn't conservative. Establishmentarianism is for conservatives. People who worry about budgets and fiscal responsibility. It's an element of leadership. I wouldn't say punk has that element of leadership. Punk is about anarchy and chaos, and that's the message. No establishmentarianism, no authoritarianism, no totalitarianism or any of this other stuff, and no fascism. And it's weird because when I think of governmental style, governments lean conservative, and it's very lucky when you get a Democrat to help balance it. Governments and people tend to lean conservative. And that is because conservatism kind of goes hand in hand with establishmentarianism. And that's a conservative thing that often has to do with like family values and doing your job, even if it's a cubicle job, every day, paying taxes, maybe being in a union, maybe not, probably not really, and sort of like being, hopefully, and it's sort of weird, and it's sort of like I think a lot of punkers would say that punk has to do with conformity. Do you bow down to the status quo, or do you just live your fucking life, whatever the fuck that means to you? And a lot of punkers, like people like NoFX, would probably tell you has a lot to do with manufacturing consent and conformity. I think a lot of punk comes out of Civil Disobedience by Ralph Waldo Emerson, and a lot of punk comes out of the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi, because civil disobedience and DIY are at the core of punk, and so is anti-conformity. Conformity is so you could find a right-wing punker if they're peaceful minded enough to abhor violence and dislike order and law and order. Which is sort of, I mean, maybe not so much law, but definitely order. They should dislike order, and I don't see conservatives sort of doing that. The conservatives tend to dress conservative. They tend to have suits and ties, and they tend to go to church every Sunday, and they tend to have family values that doesn't conform with punker ideals like drinking all the time, or throwing around in the mosh pit, or screaming loud punk music at 4:30 in the fucking morning or shit like this. That's a non-conformity thing to do that you do in places like squats and stuff like that, where liberal anarcho-punks live, who usually have drug addictions and usually have issues with the system, and usually are like kind of scabies, or sort of like, they call it scabies, but it means like unwashed, and they're so anti-conformity that they don't even conform to taking a shower every day. You often find punkers in the Magic the Gathering circles and stuff like this, because Magic doesn't really have a lot of conformity. If you can think up something, it's in Magic. You know, I would say the same thing with Dungeons & Dragons, and I would say D&D and Magic the Gathering, you're going to find a lot of punkers, and some of them might lean conservative. But I have a lot of trouble with conservative, like non-anarcho-leaning punks who aren't grassroots and aren't DIY. There's a real non-conformist DIY, like non-conformist. Like, it's okay to be conservative, but you must be not, like, if you're a punker, you probably better be non-violent, non-conformist. You don't have a fucking tool. You don't have a cubicle job that makes you a tool. You don't work for Amazon or something like that. You have a weird, crazy art job or some kind of bartender job but you own your own bar, or you've got some kind of commune that you run or something like this. You are going to be a nonconformist. You won't have and that's very, very rare from a conservative. Conservatives are usually about that 9-to-5 job, that fiscal responsibility, that Sunday morning church, tradition, honor, values, military service, civil service. I know exactly what it is because I honor all of those values too. You know, as a good progressive, I honor all of those values too. I don't want the world going to shit. I really don't. So I honor all of those values too, and I don't give a flying fuck if that conservative goes to church and Bible thumps like an evangelist. I don't give a flying fuck about that. I don't care what they do with their fucking lives, because you know what the greatest conformity is? Judgment. You know what really, 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 like, the mankind really wants you to do? They want you to sign up with a religion, judge other people who don't do that religion, judge anybody that doesn't look like you, and judge anybody who doesn't come from the same kind of financial bracket or background or city or home or location or zip code. That is what mankind wants you to do. Nonconformists don't fall victim to that. Love every race, every nationality, every income. They will love criminals. They will love bad leaders. They will love bad messages and stuff like that. Like in Taxi Driver and stuff like this. They will love really bad stuff. Like, you know, they're just free nonconformist thinkers that don't like conform to the mold of whatever you might think that might be. Now, does that mean that they can't be right wing? No. But it's rare. It's kind of like seeing a white dude at a black church, a black Lutheran church in Mississippi, where the mud is, you know? It's pretty fucking weird to see a white guy in there. Now, it might happen, no problem, and the black people in there aren't going to treat that white person any different. I guarantee it. They'll treat him like Jesus told them to. Like every person is, should be treated with love and the golden rule. But, like, is it normal and common? And the answer is no. Is it very normal for a white person to hang around black Lutheran churches and do baptasia with them? And it happens, but is it normal? No. And it's the same thing. It's a cultural thing. And I struggle with this thing about punk too, is what is punk? And my definition of punk is the message mixed with the music. And it's a code of ethics having to do with embracing the notion of the power of other people, such as Mexicans, black people, Jewish people, whatever the fuck your average conservative maybe not get along so well with. Or like Arabs, right? Arabs, I think, scare conservatives the most, really. It's kind of insane, but I believe in Islamophobia, kind of. I've never met a conservative who didn't make some kind of fucking racist fucking comment to me, not to me, at me, but like around me. I've never met a conservative who didn't end up making some kind of crazy comment about Islamic people that I've just never been really that comfortable with. You could say that woke is a part of anarcho-punk, but it's not really, because it's very, very conformist to be politically correct. If a person wants to throw their finger up and scream the N-word, that's one of the most punk things you can do. But it's also it's one of the least punk things you can do, because it implies that you're racist, and that also like is a really big conformity thing, because most of the world is fucking racist. Really, it's really hard to be a pro-Trump. I would say it's very hard to be a pro-Trump MAGA. And it happens, I'm sure. They even probably like sing and dance in the mosh pits and stuff, and have punk bands and stuff. I'm sure it happens all the time. But it's very hard for a MAGA believer, a true MAGA believer, to be a punker. Because that party does not promote any sort of sense of anti-conformity. They believe in military service, they believe in ROTC, they believe in gun ownership, they believe in civil service, they believe in church and state, they believe in a lot. I mean, I don't want to say these beliefs for them. I'm saying this is how they tend to trend. They usually are anti-abortion because they tend to be Christian, and being Christian is about as far from punk as I think you could basically be. And Christianity is not treated well in punker scenes. Might I remind you what the most famous punk band of all time is? Would be Bad Religion. And Bad Religion has some merch. What's all over? And I wore it very proudly all of my life. There's the merch. I wore a shirt that looked exactly the fuck like this. And this is the fucking message, too. Is the damage that the Christians have done to the fucking world is goddamn unacceptable. You might not like this. This might actually fucking scare you. But, I mean, it's just a nonconformist view of the world, because some of us believe that all the world is chains and churches, and not all of it needs to be like that. Now, do we love Jesus and I'm sure even maybe Greg Gaffin might even pray to Jesus. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me, because nonconformity is about doing whatever the fuck you believe is right. I mean, that's what punk is just doing whatever you believe is right. So are right-wingers welcome? Yeah, they're fucking welcome, like every other race, like every other fucking nationality, like every other fucking financial bracket, like every other fucking gender, like every other gender orientation. Right-wingers are welcome in the punk circles. They are welcome. We've always been welcoming to them. But it's sort of like watching a white dude at a black Lutheran church. And honestly, that metaphor that I used is not fucking that different from the punker metaphor too. It's sort of weird to see so many godless punkers around a conservative punk who believes in family values, ideals, church, God, state, and the fucking military and shit like this. I don't believe in those things, really. I believe in family values, but that's about it. The rest of those things, they can all get devalued and fucking full-blown, like, devalued and defunded. Full-blown, almost all of them. the church and the state thing, the military, all of that stuff can get defunded. And you're going to hear a lot more punkers talk like me than you're going to hear about this dude talking about the one or two fucking Republican punks out there. I'm sure it fucking happens, but those dudes are fucking confused. They're fucking confused. It's sort of like seeing like a black dude at a Nazi rally, something like that. A Jewish person at a Nazi rally, something like that. It's weird to. I'm pointing out this cultural difference. Am I very tolerant of the right wing? The answer is fucking no. They're the people that we scream about in the punk songs. They're the government. They're the prisons that we want to burn down, burn them like leftover cracks screaming, burn them motherfucking prisons down, right? And, the right wing is the establishment. They brought all those SOPA and PIPA fucking laws that ruined the fucking internet and stuff. That's the right wing doing that shit. Clear Channel is the right wing. A bunch of the fucking deep state is fucking right wing. The churches are right wing. It fucking sucks. A bunch of that shit is right wing. You know what I'm saying? It's weird to see right wingers try to come to the punker fucking circles when it's DIY, grassroots, crazy shit that goes against the government and all that law and order establishment that a conservative usually stands for in their ideals and beliefs. Now, do we not want right-wingers in the punker circles? No, we want the doors open, motherfucker. The doors of perception to punk have always been open and fucked for free, all for the rest of us, right? It doesn't matter. The doors of the punk is a lot like metal. I mean, it is metal. It's a form of metal. Punk is a lot like metal. It's a lot like love. It doesn't conform to anything. It's kind of like water. It doesn't really conform to anything. It's just there. But it does, but it can't be changed to a different chemical or a different temperature depending on what people might think at the time. But no, punk is about freedom of thought. There's a lot of definitions to it. Do you see what it is? It's like freedom of thought. It's DIY. It's grassroots. It's food, not bombs is a really, really core tenet of punk that you'll see in the Democracy Now! Circles that are probably received death threats from Republicans. And then it's weird because those lines are drawn. Do we not want Christian right-wing punks? The answer is no. However you came to punk, you're welcome to sit down next to us. You just can't push any sort of suppression, fascism, racism, the isms. You can't push any isms. You can't push any fascism, racism, sexism, classism. I mean, and it's weird because I am being classist when I say that Republican punks are extremely rare, the way that the white people in a black Lutheran church in this southern Mississippi is. It's extremely rare. It's fucking rare to see it. And honestly, if you do that, you're going to get a hostile fucking reaction. It's a hostile reaction. Now, you won't get a hostile reaction in the black church. That's not what I'm saying at all. They won't. They've been taught, good values like the golden rule. You won't get that treatment in a black church. You just won't. That's a racist thing that I just said. It's not true. You just won't. They're taught well by Jesus to not turn the other cheek or to do unto others. So no, a good black Lutheran church will treat any white parishioner like it's like a hope for the future. Trust me, that's how it actually will happen. Any white person can stroll into a black Lutheran church. They are accepting. They're a lot less bigoted and they're a lot less bigoted and they're a lot less intolerant than the anarcho-leftist punkers who are fucking crazy like me. We're sort of intolerant. We can't stand Nazis. We can't stand homophobes. We can't stand. We're you understand the biases on both sides go really fucking deep. They do. Like I would say the right wing can't stand people who do abortions, right? So I'm the same way. I can't actually stand fucking fascists who stand on black people's necks until they die of air deprivation. You know what I'm saying? And I hate them just about the same. I hate the way the right winger might hate an abortion doctor. I hate cops who might step on the fucking neck of a black person. I hate the fucking pigs who do that. I hate the politicians who roll with them. I hate the fucking system and the DA who protects the blue line. I hate the blue line. I hate the fascism. I hate the fact that the death has to happen. I'm the one marching against you. I'm the Antifa. I don't believe in that kind of corruption in my community and all that shit. And in my experience, that's the right wing getting out of fucking hand. It's the good old boys. It's Jim fucking Crow. It's Jim Crow that's gonna step on a fucking black person's neck until they can't breathe in their own goddamn country of America in 2020 or whatever the fuck it was. That is Jim Crow. It's another version of Jim Crow. What do we hate most in the world as punkers? If you don't know what it is, you're an idiot. And I don't care if you're a right wing or not. Right wing is welcome in punk, but they can't be stupid, right? What does a punker hate most in the fucking world? It's apartheid. A punker really, really hates apartheid. And I can't think of a more right-wing thing than apartheid. Good old boy, right-wing, evangelical, Christian, South African, piece of shit white people like Elon Musk, full-blown acting like they're Jesus and trying to make every other race essentially suffer. And any good punker fucking hates apartheid. Apartheid and Jim Crow, the American version of apartheid. And so you really want to know what a punker really hates. Motherfucking Nazis. We really hate them. Not enough to hurt them. And this is an important distinction to make. Not enough to hurt them. But we really fucking hate them. More than any Hitler has ever hated a Jew. More than any, we don't do business with them. We don't consider them human. We call them fascist, worthless pieces of shit. We consider them subhuman the way that, the Japanese used to consider Chinese subhuman and shit like this in World War II and all this. That was the words that they would use. Or shit like Jim Crow in America, where they call black people 3/5 of a human being. Like that racist shit should ride. It shouldn't ride. And we hate that shit. We hate that shit. We hate that shit. So here we have Elon, Mr. South Africa, Mr. Apartheid, standing out in front of a fucking German right-wing fucking Nazi rally, essentially, of scary right-wing fucking shitheads who just want more law and order and more fascism and more complaining about woke and more fucking stealing elections and all this crazy shit. And it's just nuts. My blood boils from it. And I put this symbol on my stream for a fucking reason. I don't care if you don't fucking like it. I'm within my American rights to make this fucking statement. I don't care. Because conformity is for idiots. Conformity is for conformity is for the laissez-faire, people that just don't give a flying fuck what happens. Trust me, I did that vibe too in the middle of the Marshall Mathers Eminem era and stuff, like the Slim Shady era and stuff. I just don't give a fuck. But I don't actually believe that as a DIY grassroots Green Party anarcho fucking punker. I just don't really believe in anybody hurting anybody else. All life is sacred. Everybody should be respected. Borders shouldn't really exist because nobody should ever harm each other, and there shouldn't be any violence or poverty or anything like this. And yeah, we all should get in a big old buttfuck circle of flower power stuff and fuck out there in the fields like Yasgur's farm. That's anarcho-punk for you. It is not Republicans talking about law and order and taking Panama back by force. That is not what punk is. That's never been what punk is, and that's the point that he's trying to make. And I saw the video and I was like, God damn right. God damn right.
Style over substance. Well done. Basically, what you have done is gone on Fortnite, gone in the shop, and brought a skin. This is a performance.
Yeah, you have bought a skin. You did not adopt the fucking full-blown rejection of judgment, labeling, society, caste systems, religions, financial brackets, classes, leadership, government, tribes with, all chiefs but no tribes or anything like this, like all this other crazy ass fucking like nonconformist thought. I could write college papers about it. I've been a punk singer. I would stand with the best of them if given the chance, but we didn't have enough money to fucking make it like a good punk band. We were DIY, you know what I'm saying? And like and whatever. I mean, we did cut albums and we did rock the fucking scene and we didn't pull a lot of people, but we definitely got interest. Because and I wasn't even as punk as some of my friends either. We did a lot more Radiohead progressive stuff than I think a lot of punk bands were willing to do, but we were nonconformists. We believed in the Radiohead Hail to the Thief, and that's the name of a Radiohead fucking album. It's the most punk. What's the name of the most punk album of all time? It's the most punk album of all time is Hail to the Thief by Radiohead, which opens up with the full-blown accusation that Bush lied about 9/11. And that's motherfucking Radiohead. That is not NoFX or Pennywise or something like that. That's Radiohead, or even like the Ramones or anything like this. That is motherfucking Radiohead. It's, you know, so like, yes. So we believe that even progressive rock, even folk music, which is why I make Blues Trap, and my favorite music of all time is the Espers, which is a psychedelic folk band. Because we like hodgepodges. We like hodgepodges of culture. We like it when ska travels to rock and grunge and stuff like this. We like it when we get bands like Sublime that are doing stuff like dub and grunge and reggae and punk rock and, you know, and all that stuff. And Sublime is almost my favorite band because they don't conform really. Nirvana didn't really conform. I wouldn't really even say that the Foo Fighters really conformed because they started out really, really alternative and went to full-blown top 40 rock. And I don't even know how you fucking do that. I don't even know how you go from the self-titled Foo Fighters album to something like fucking, you know, Times Like These, you know? I just don't know how you do that. You get played at a Republican Trump rally or something like that. It's times like these and how the fuck did goddamn Nirvana go to that? And I'll tell you how. It's not selling out. It's that Dave Grohl actually is a punker and actually is like, you know, he's not a pretender. He's not pretending. He's actually is a punker. And he's so punker, just like Kurt and just like Christ and just like the motherfucking Seattle and Denver punk scene. You know what I'm saying? He's such a punker that it doesn't fucking matter if the Foo Fighters take over top 40. It doesn't fucking matter. The Offspring did it too. But it killed my heroes. And it turned their music into garbage. And I stopped listening to them. Full blown. I stopped buying Offspring and Foo Fighter albums like 5 albums ago or something like that. But I can sing every word from every album and play their guitar shit, and I can play their music on drums and stuff like that. I can do every word that Nirvana and fucking Foo Fighters ever wrote, because they were like these personal Jesuses for me, and they were not conformists. During his unplugged album, he covered something like 11 different genres. He went from Meat Puppets to Leadbelly to fucking David Bowie to fucking, you know, to Nirvana. I mean, he covered at least 7 or 8 genres in just a single album. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm motherfucking Blues Trap, but I'm also DIY, anarcho, grassroots, ultra extreme, left-wing, liberal, open every border, burn them prisons down. Fucking punker. Open every border, burn them fucking prisons down. You know, fuck Zionism, fuck militarism, I'm so nonconformist punker that I don't believe in anarchy. I don't really believe in anarchy, but I don't like anything but anarchy. Anarchy is my comfort level because I understand where I am with my fellow human beings when it's like that. Understand when I'm like when I'm on the street or nobody's expecting anything from me and something might come from the cops. We don't know. Something might come from the people next to you. You don't know. It's kind of like playing Rust or Eve. It's like in playing a non-consensual PvP game. That's what I expect life to sort of become, because that is our comfort level. It's kind of insane. That's how humanity is. It's sort of nuts. The more systems, to quote the great punker fucking Timothy Zahn, the guy who wrote the fucking original Star Wars script, thank the great punker Timothy Zahn for understanding the great truth that the more fucking systems that you squeezed with your fucking shitty fascist right-wing empirical grip, your fucking empirical grip, the more will slide right through your fucking fingers. And a real punker understands this. A real punker would never be that conservative right-wing Republican trying to squeeze that law and order grip out of everybody. High taxes, like low disorder, high taxes, low disorder is Republicans. And
lovely costume, well done.
Lovely costume, well done. He's got a point about this. You can call yourself a right-wing punker, but it's sort of like calling yourself a black Lutheran when you're a white guy. It really is. It's that fucking different. You can pretend in your little deluded head that the truther movement came out of the right wing, but no, it came out of Democracy Now!, and they've been doing it solid for 23 fucking years. dictators. It's not Breitbart or Brighton or fucking weird right-wing fucking dog whistles to get you to go cause fucking genocides and shit like this and back genocidal dictators and shit like this. Real punker is democracy now. It's always been and always will be. Democracy now. We need democracy now. We've not had leadership in 70 fucking years. 70 years. You understand? 70 years. Democracy now, 2.51 million subscribers. These are the only true punkers in the world. Don't get it twisted. It's not goddamn. It's not what the right wing thinks that the fucking the young Turks are. It's not what the right wing thinks that fucking CNN or Rachel Maddow is or any of this shit. If you really want to know what extreme leftist anarcho punker Noam Chomsky intellectual liberal punker is, it is democracy now. They've been around for 25 fucking years, turns 25, celebrating a quarter century of independent news. They've been on YouTube for every day of it since day one. They've been there telling you the truth about the ethnic cleansings and Trump proposals and stuff, the U.S. and world headlines and all this. And we love this lady. She's been with us, battling this battle with us for 30 fucking years. If you've never understood this, if you don't know what democracy now is, you're not a goddamn punker. You're just a right winger with a fucking weird skin suit on, like Leatherface or what was the analogy he used? Congratulations, you're a Fortnite player with a skin on. You're a Fortnite player with a skin on. You're Leatherface, and you've taken some skins and you built a human suit out of it. But it doesn't make you a human, because your true ideals do not resonate with fucking 70s punk rock like Sex Pistols and the Ramones. It just doesn't. I'm sorry, it never did. It did not fit Sid Vicious and Nancy Sprungston. Liberality fit Sid Vicious and Nancy Sprungston. What did they die of? Fucking overdoses and stabbing each other and shit like this. That's stuff that liberal people do to each other. Lots of drugs, lots of drinking, and lots of butt fucking and stabbing each other and stuff like that. That's stuff that liberal, well, not stabbing each other, but like getting really high on heroin and then doing something stupid like jumping off a cliff or stabbing your lover or something like that. That would be kind of a crazy Romeo and Juliet libtard thing to do. I can see it when libtards commit violence and stuff. That's what Sid and Nancy did. Fucking Sid and Nancy were so high on heroin they didn't know that they were stabbing each other with knives to death. That's a liberal thing. You only find liberals doing that. You'll find liberal punkers in the motherfucking ghetto, living in some ghetto, paying, like, stacking 13 to 25 people to a single fucking one-bedroom apartment. I'm not kidding. Living in there drunk all goddamn day, shooting up fucking heroin and speaking out against the government, and not a single bit of conformity to be found in the entire fucking place. Not from sexuality to church or religions or class circles or money or crime or anything like that. One of the weird things about being a punker is yeah, pretty much all of crime is open to you because you just don't believe in the system. It's kind of fucked up, like Abby Hoffman and the Anarchist Cookbook. Now, this shit scares the living shit out of conservatives, the Anarchist Cookbook. But I mean, like, everybody that I know has owned one. Everybody that I know has owned an Anarchist Cookbook. Everybody that I would call close friends or an inner circle has owned the Anarchist Cookbook. I'm full-blown serious about that. Just because you guys never hear about us talking to you, because we don't like you, we don't trust you, and we don't talk to your fucking media, doesn't mean that the truther movement came out of the right wing, or that the left wing doesn't, like the extreme anarcho leftist punker fucking leftist thing doesn't exist, or that Antifa doesn't exist, or that it's just Antifa and they only call themselves Antifa. No, it spans the entire goddamn world, and there's like 5 or so tenets that you can absolutely count on every single time. A sheer dislike of fucking apartheid, a sheer dislike of the gulag, a sheer dislike of the fucking Jim Crow, a sheer dislike of the drug war, a sheer dislike of the ravages of Christian and oil and blood wars, like Afghanistan, or drug wars like Vietnam, or it's just weird. And so like A conservative might be willing to drop the bomb to end the war. A leftist never would have ever paid a fucking cent for an atomic bomb. Not a cent. You understand? What the fuck do you need that kind of death for? Sure, it's punk to make the atomic bomb, I guess, because it goes against every bit of conformity that we've ever even had, including relativity. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it kind of speaks out punk, the atomic bomb, but no, I would say the atomic bomb is probably the greatest thing that punk hates the most. Right at the top, I talked about it last because we saved the best for last. What does a punk's fear more than the government, apartheid, Jim Crow, or religious or blood wars? Yeah, the atomic fucking bomb, atomic war. If you don't know these things, you've never known a punk. You don't know what punk is. You don't know what Democracy Now! Is. You've never been in a punk band. I don't care if you're a right-winger and you think yourself that you're some truther punker. You just adopted some skin like fucking Fortnite and you called yourself a punker. But no, most punkers that I know are vegan. They are against cars. They ride bikes. They read books. They don't often have a power grid. They don't pay taxes. They don't go to church. They don't have cars. They often don't have families because they believe in contraception in this major way. They hate overpopulation the way that they hate Nazis and stuff like this and all this other stuff. And yeah, you won't ever hear us talk about it. You'll hear me talk about it because I don't believe in the conformity of a punk singer not talking about their past. And yeah, I stopped being a punk singer when I went back to driving cars, paying taxes, you know, paying taxes when I buy tobacco rather than growing it myself, paying taxes on alcohol rather than making it myself, you know, paying gasoline prices at $5 a gallon because I'm riding a car instead of using a bicycle or the light rail, not paying taxes for the light rail. You know, there's all this other stuff. Like, there's all this political messaging in punk that you have to be extremely careful about or you're not punk anymore. And one of the crazy things about punk is you can't really break those like core 7 or 10 tenets or whatever. You don't like organized religions. You don't like organized wars. You don't like organized government. You don't like fucking fascism. You don't like fucking Jim Crow. You don't like fucking apartheid. And the atomic bomb is the worst thing that mankind has ever done since the dawn of man. And no, the piece of shit right-winger conservatives, whether they're punker or not, did not get our permission before they dropped those bombs on the Japanese. Keep that in mind. That's the most punk statement I think that you could ever make of all time. Our gods and managers did not get our fucking permission before they dropped those bombs on the Japanese to end that fucking war. Sure, the war ended, and I believe there was some kind of cooperation in this or whatever, right? But like overall, like, you know, but that's still the most horrible thing a conservative has ever done is drop that atomic bomb without the public's permission, and we still haven't gotten closure for that. And yeah, I really hate you the way that Hitler hated the Jews. It fucking sucks, but I really hate the right wing, like Hitler hated the Jews, because you did stuff like drop the atomic bomb without our goddamn permission. You get me? You understand me? You get me?
Accessories. We've got the print-on-demand T-shirts, and to top it off, we've
technically we should have hung you in Times Square. We still should hang Trump in Times Square. I mean, I don't believe this, but I mean, we should do it. I don't want that to happen to him. I don't want him to die for his sins. That's some kind of weird Christian, you know, turn like bullshit about turn the other, or not. It's not. It's the opposite of turn the other cheek. It's like, you know, a pound of flesh for a pound of flesh or whatever it is, or eye for an eye. I don't believe in eye for an eye. I believe in live and let live. So, you know, or live and let die, honestly, more like live and let die. That's an even more punker statement. Like Paul, you know, Paul was a real punker. Live and let die is a very, very punker statement about you're just a pacifist. You don't need to go do anything. You know, I'll sing the song. It breaks DMCA, but not if I just sing it. I don't think it breaks DMCA if I just sing it, right? Wings, live and let die, right? You used to say, this is such a punker song, right? It actually really is. It's like really the core ethos of punker. Core ethos of punker is we can work it out. That's the most DIY statement of all time. We can work it out. It's this belief that war is this thing that you commit to that you don't need to commit to. So we can work it out no matter what the fuck it is. Even Israel, Palestine, we can still work it out. They'll say to you all of their lives for generations that you can't work that out. But trust me, we can work it out. And yeah, the Beatles were about as punk as you can ever get. I'm dead serious. The message, right? Live and let die. Wings, or say live and let die. Lyrics, right? When we were young and your heart was an open book. You used to say, live and let live. You used to say, you know you did, you know you did, you know you did. You know who they're singing this about? They're singing this about Nixon. Because they went through the same bullshit that we're going through with Trump, with Nixon. We always do with the right wing. When the leftists get out of control, you get bed-ins for peace. Where like John Lennon and Yoko Ono are like stripped to their gowns and they're just like fucking and sleeping. That's it. And they're just like, no, we won't go to your fucking war. Fuck no, we won't go, or whatever, right? And they're just like, you know, we're just gonna bed in for peace. We're gonna occupy our minds. We're just gonna sit here and occupy our minds. We're not gonna fight your fucking war. We're not gonna do it. And so yeah, you were young and your heart was an open book. You used to say, live and let live. Now I still believe this. I believe in live and let live. I always have. There's been many times in my life when I could have just killed a man. That's Cypress Hill. I'm sorry, it is Cypress Hill, you know. There's many times in my life when I could have just killed a man, but I really believe in live and let live. You know you did, you know you did, you know you did. But this ever-changing Trump-dominated MAGA world that you live in makes you give in and cry. Say live and let die. So no, I don't want Trump to get hurt or to lose his office or anything like this. I just say live and let die. He'll get up to his trouble. We can't fight him. I'm a leftist, anarcho-liberal punk. I'm not gonna fucking fight him. I'm not gonna fight him. I'm not gonna go out in the streets and fight their civil war like they seem to think that we are. I think Democrats might fight them because Democrats kind of are warlike. They like war chests and fighting and stuff. They were okay with going to Afghanistan. I'm not okay with it. Democrats might fight the Republicans. I'm absolutely not fighting the Republicans, and I'm on the same side as the Democrats, which is really weird. So I'm absolutely not fighting the Republicans. I'm not physically fighting them. No, it goes against, you know, I like to think that I would. I like to, but, you know, the man in me wants to, you know, the Andrew Tate man in me or whatever, the toxic masculine man in me, and I've got that in me too. I've got that Nine Inch Nails man in me where I'm like, you didn't hurt me, they didn't hurt me, Trump didn't hurt me, they didn't hurt me, you didn't hurt me, nothing can hurt me, fuck you, you know, nothing can hurt me now. You know, I'm just a strong man like that. I got a big goat dick for you to suck on like that. I got a big man. I'm a big man, you know. And I'm on the man ship like everybody the fuck else in this world, but I also have a man code, and the man code doesn't call for violence. And in democracy now would never stand for violence, and neither would fucking, you know. I think there's times when the Young Turks would stand for violence, and there's times when, you know, when Anna will sign up with the right. Anna leaves the left or whatever, which is kind of an insane thing. But true progressive to me is understanding the problems of both sides and loving both and helping each other understand what the weaknesses are of both sides. Like the right wingers push us around too much. The left wingers let them do it. And that's the problem. They lose and let them do it. And it really can't be like that. It needs to be steady where one side can't just take over the government like this. It's suborn perjury and bribe votes and all this other weird shit. It can't be like that. It can't be like that. That's not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay for America to sink to that level or anything like that. So our differences can be our greatest strengths. This is that thing about embrace the notion of power of people like Mexicans, gays, liberals, and blacks. Embrace the notion of power of these people and what they can do to strengthen your community in these trying times of global striving to reach the stars. Instead, you can't talk more. All you can do is talk more and more and more and more about kicking them out, which is very, very fucking weird. We need them. We need them. That's like kicking out your children out of your own home. It's fucking insane. These are Americans. They're here. They've signed up with us. They want to work with us. They want to be here with us. I don't care if they're here illegally. They've signed up for it. They've signed up for the struggle for America. They absolutely have. They come here. They've signed up for it. That's what they agreed to do when they crossed that line. You know they did. They thought about it long and hard before they did it. I guarantee they did. They thought, I'm signing up with them if I do this. I'm leaving my own country and I'm signing up with them. They don't even want me there, but I'm still signing up with them. You got to consider what kind of choices these people make when they do come here. They're not coming here to clog up our shit and cause crime. They're coming here to get a good living so they don't have to cause crime or cause problems and stuff. And sure, there's some bad eggs and stuff, but the racism is right on par with